So how many of you know that Swamiji has been trained in the authentic yoga, intense, when he was as young as 3 years old? Swamiji's yoga, Raghupati used to come to Swamiji's house every day for 11 years, actually 11 years. Every day he would come and train Swami, take Swami to temple, Tiruvannamalai temple, and train him in intense. Swamiji has revived the authentic yoga. It is Paramashiva has given the science of yoga to the humanity as Sastanga Yoga, meaning the 6 limbs of. Much later, Patanjali added 2 more and made it as Ashtanga Yoga and spread the yoga. Kailasa's Nithyananda Yoga, and Swamiji has revived that and delivering to the world as Nithyananda Yoga. And all of you have experienced in today's yoga sessions the Vinyasa Kram. So we'll get to the details of it. All the components that Swamiji incorporated in the Nithyananda Yoga will make you experience your ultimate friendship. The most profound part or component of Nithyananda Yoga is your intention. What intention you manifest? That's why we start with the creating a sankar. And yoga, Nithyananda yoga is not a ritual. Sorry, yoga is not a mere exercise. It is a ritual, like a sacred ritual. So we'll get to the more and more details of Nithyananda yoga today. The most profound intention and context of yoga is now being required and transmitted as tangible experience by the Supreme One, the Paramashiva, and the avatar of Paramashiva himself. So Kailasa's Nithyananda Yoga is all about producing the experience of Paramashiva, the state of Paramashiva, his qualities, his glory, his grace, and his powers. Have you? I've done today's yoga. Have you done today's yoga? How many have you done? So what you see in the posters, all that you want to see posters are one component. Posters are asana. Right? So now the first component, there are 12 components of the Nithyananda Yoga. We'll be going over all the 12 components today. And now the first component of Nithyananda Yoga is asana. So let's understand what is, what are the 12 components and what it does to you. See, the Nithyananda Yoga, Swamiji has made it the sequence of the postures, the Pratama Vinyasa. Pratama is first. Pratama Vinyasa Krama, Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, that means the second set of asanas, series of asanas. Tritiya Vinyasa Krama, the third set of asana, and Chaturtha Vinyasa. Pratama Vinyasa Krama is 108 asana. Tritiya is 308 asanas. Tritiya Vinyasa Krama is 508 asanas. And Chaturtha Vinyasa Krama is 1008 asanas. The sequence of postures. To truly understand why yoga should be practiced, all the 12 components. Swamiji has revealed the first principle of Nithyananda Yoga as Vyakta, meaning manifest form, and Avyakta, unmanifest form. Vyakta Avyakta means manifest and unmanifest form, commonly used as matter and antimatter. The authentic yoga is meant to deliver both the Vyakta and Avyakta experientially to the practitioner. The manifest parts of our body and consciousness are more familiar to us. This is a manifestation. They are tangible. You can feel your body, you can listen. All those are manifest forms. But there are some unmanifest forms exist in us. The outward physical movements would be considered as manifest aspect, but the unmanifest which begins to reveal itself in our body through Kailasa's Nithyananda. Each of the 12 components of yoga work on the unmanifest layer. The avyakta, the antimatter, anti-self, anti-self. Anything done in the level of the expression, the matter, which is a solid form, the form is muksha. Due to the matter's quality of going up and down, does not stay permanent. Anything done in the level of unmanifest, avyakta, also called chaya, the shadow. As it does not go down, that stays permanent. So if it is done on Ushada, Vyakta form, it will remain in the body. The remnants of the body in the altered form, the power of manifesting form exists longer than remnants of the mind and in altered states of consciousness. During the process of Kailasa's Nithyananda Yoga, the yogi intensely withdraws from the body. They found that they are connected, allowing them to experience form manifestations like teleportation, materialization, and various other forms. That's why after yoga, we do the form manifestation because we can manifest about different types of powers after the power of this whole process is doing it in the space in this program. Like first component, understand the component. The first component is asana, physical posture. Most of you limited the physical posture. Yoga means only physical posture. Maybe the most widely discussed topic today is what does asana mean? Is it sitting, a certain posture, a movement? Like most understanding, the only way to truly discover the truth is to go to the original source. This text itself is the original source, revived in oral form. It is dedicated to unveiling the truths about the asanas. Revived from the, it's almost lost actually, revived from the sacred form beliefs gifted to humanity thousands of years ago from Paramashiva. The Adi Yogi self. Paramashiva, one more name is Adi. Since most people are either in a state of restlessness, the rajas, and the tiredness, tamas, the body needs preparation to enter into the experience of yoga. Asanas allow the body and mind to come to the state of balance and restful awareness, where one can easily enter into deeper and more subtle dimension. A person is made up of three bodies: the physical gross body, the stula sharira, we call it Sanskrit, the subtle body, the sukshma sharira, and the causal body, the karana sharira, we call it Sanskrit. And all of you have 7 energy layers, the chakras, right? 7 energy centers. We are going to learn 2 days on the energy centers, the chakras, in the upcoming session. The subtle and the causal body, they are aligned in the ascending column, and the base of the spine to the top of the head. All chakras are along with the spine. Our spine as the center, there the energy is in a form of circle. That's why they are called chakra. Chakra circle. So they are aligned in ascending column, the base of the spine, the top of the head. Asanas involve placing these centers in relative position with each other. So these positions can be represented by geometrical figures. If the asanas are practiced in a certain manner, one becomes prepared for the purification of the nadis. What are nadis? The 72,000 energy circuit throughout the body. So do the asanas properly, those nadis be awakened. It's excellent in alleviating diseases, prana, and bodily heat are enriched. The minor diseases are also cured with practicing of bodily heat and prana are stimulated. So one feels light, lifespan is enhanced, and premature death is prevented. So there are many benefits of the asanas, the physical portions, the optimizing the digestive functions, regulating fever and imbalances caused due to the tumors, removing fatigue, enhancing enthusiasm and stamina, and ensuring success to the youth. So there are various benefits. The physical posture. Swamiji described asana as steady and comfortable body posture to tune oneself. Ultimately, asana means many things physically, whether standing, sitting, laying, lying down, or jumping. Many things you do to the asana. Whatever you do, asana is when our muscles are completely comfortable and relaxed. They are alive, stable, and comfortably stacked upon the one another. Asana is when the body is bending, stretching, and aligning itself to the cosmic geometry. You do all the postures to bend yourself. Any asana is to align to the cosmic geometry. The context of asana is not restricting itself to some physical posture. It's not a place that the body is in, but a space that Nithyananda, for instance, it's when we are radiating excitement, joy, bliss, regardless of the physical position of the limbs. The most important understanding of asana is not a practice at all. It is a happening. A manifestation is happening. This happens through asana. We do not practice sitting with God, we embody God, Parameshwar. It is from this phase of Parameshwar, when we are intent in the awe of living like God, that we are performing an authentic concept. Through intensely flowing to the Pratama Vinyasakama, the first set of sequences of 108 asanas, the body simply fall in tune with the concepts. Now, let's listen from Swami about the asana.
समारंभा शंकराचार्य मध्यमा अस्मदाचार्य पर्यंता वंदे गुरु परंपरा. I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees who are sitting with us live around the world. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. Today's subject is again asanas, aligning to awakening. 98th Patanjali's Yoga Sutra and 47th verse in second chapter. In second chapter, 47th verse in the Patanjali Yoga Sutra, 98th Sutra. Prayatna Saitillyananta Samabhattibhyam. Prayatna Saitilya Ananta Samapatibhyam. Samapadibhyam. Swami Vivekananda translates the sutra as through the lessening of the natural tendency for activity caused by identification with the body and through meditation on the infinite, posture becomes firm and pleasant. Swami Prabhavananda translates the sutra as posture becomes firm and relaxed through control of the natural tendencies of the body and through meditation on the infinite. Swami Sachidananda translates as by lessening the natural tendency for restlessness and meditating on the infinite, posture is mastered. Prayatna Saitilya Ananta Samapatibhyam. Each word is a technical term. The orthodox translations say, through the lessening of the natural tendency for activity caused by identification with the body and through meditation on the infinite, posture becomes pleasant and firm. Let me try to give my insight, my experience. How the asana posture becomes steady and comfortable. How your body can be aligned towards superconsciousness and how the posture becomes steady and comfort. Prayatna Saitilyananta. Prayatna Saitilya Ananta Samapatibhyam. Through the effort, I'm trying to give you idea, the exact insight. I'm not just translating. Through the prayatna and samabhaddibhya, it's a very deep, subtle truth. I can say this sutra can be a technique to live enlightenment every moment. See, two things you need to do to achieve the aligning to awakening. One, work intensely. Second, continuously when you work, meditate on unending infinite cosmos, means unclutching. All your postures are to align yourself with the cosmos. If you unclutch and work intensely, you will just align yourself with the cosmos. That's it. If you unclutch and work intensely, you will automatically align yourself with the cosmos. Please understand. So prayatna, I am translating prayatna in a new way, not just effort to sit in that particular posture. I am translating prayatna as a intense hard work. Work at least 12 hours a day. Let there be physical and mental activity at least 12 hours a day. You may think, oh God, that looks too much. But I tell you, for some reason, either to be productive to the society and make your life rich, or just some social service, in some way, work at least 12 hours. The funny part is, you will never be able to work for 12 hours if you are working for profit. Means to make your life more luxurious, more comfortable. Because your biomemory is such, it will give way. It will say after maximum 6 hours of work, it will say, no, enough. If I have to work more than this to make myself comfortable, I don't want that comfort. It will just do a strike. Then how to work for 12 hours? The remaining 6 hours, decide to do some non-profit activity. I tell you, non-profit activity is the ultimate creativity. Seva is the ultimate creativity. You will never become tired. If you learn the trick of seva, the trick of seva means the knack of seva, means knack of serving without remembering the result, just working as a lifestyle. How? You don't breathe for purpose. You know it is your life. For life, you breathe. Same way. Prayatana, effort, just as life. Working physically or mentally or physically and mentally. 12 hours a day. Take this as a spiritual instruction. Try. You may think, no, I'll become tired and all that. No, nothing. Just try. Try for next 2 months. You will see the asana happens in you. Working for 12 hours a day in unclutched way. Whenever you remember, let the inner space be unclutched, the outer body be intensely working. You will see aligning to awakening happens. Please understand. Empty mind is devil's workshop. I tell you, empty body is devil's residence. Devil goes for work only for a few hours. He resides in his house for a long time. The lazy body is devil's residence. Empty mind is devil's workshop. Lazy body is devil's residence. I'm giving you completely a different insight. Some of the orthodox translations say that reduce the activity which comes out of the idea that you are the body. I'm saying the same thing in a very practical way. When you unclutch and start living, please understand, after unclutching, start living. Don't start waiting for death. I'm seeing so many of these Vedantis. The moment they learn a little bit of some Vedantic ideas, they stop living. They are just dragging their life, waiting for death. No. unclutch, and start living. Be active, alive, intense. As long as you don't physically become active in unclutched way, the suppressed pain engrams in you will continue to haunt you. One of the major problems all the male Vedanta sannyasis suffer is the laziness leads to indulgence and creation of new engraved memories. One of the major problems all the female Yoga Vedantis, sannyasis suffer is the physical laziness leads to the indulgence of the past suffering engrams. Please understand. All of you, followers of me, students of me, disciples of me, devotees of me, even if you are married, your mental setup is evolved to such a way you are Yoga Vedanta sannyasi. So if you are male, the major problem you suffer is due to the laziness caused by the non-appliance of proper unclutching creates indulgence and new engrams. If you are female, because of the non-appliance of proper unclutching, the laziness causes, makes you indulge continuously in the past suffering and engrams. So understand, the ultimate aligning to awakening happens by intense, please understand, intense working. Take up for-profit or non-profit work, something. I tell you, this non-profit work, the seva, service, is the highest form of creativity. There you get all opportunity, possibility, everything to express your creativity. I can give you one more insight and understanding. When the aligning to awakening happens, even your words will be a great service to the world. You can serve the world not only physically, even by uttering right words, giving right truths, right understanding to people. Even that can be a very powerful, amazing service to the world. So please understand, aligning to awakening. Some more deeper insights into asana. From my own mentor, Raghupati Yogi. When he was training me into asana, he will make me do such intense, heavy activities like shifting stones and rocks from one place to another, one corner to another, and from the corner back to the same place. It is not directly productive, but he will insist, no, do that. And after certain exhaustion, when I feel exhausted, then he'll ask me to do the same work in an unclutched way, means meditating on the all-pervasiveness, meditating on the infinite. I used to very clearly experience, first if I work, that shifting a stone from right corner to left corner for 6 hours and I am tired, after he initiates me into the technique of meditating on infinite, next 6 hours I will be able to work, shifting the stones from here to this corner, back. I tell you, meditate on the infinite continuously, which means unclutching. Meditate on the infinite continuously, go on and on and on. Take this as a process. Work for 12 hours a day. Something physically or mentally. If you don't have any work, contact our centers. We have a lot of work. Take this as a spiritual practice. I tell you, all the engrams which are not letting your body to align to awakening will leave your system, and you will be aligned to the awakening. I tell you, every action either releases or creates certain engram in you. If your action is done not inspired by the engram, but meditation on the infinite. See, if you are engaged by the engrams, it is engagement. If you are inspired by the infinite, it will lead to samadhipatya, what Patanjali calls samapadipatibhyam. Samapadibhyam, the state of ultimate consciousness, aligning to awakening. So I am making this whole sutra as a practical process which you can do every day. Do your regular job, which you need to do to keep yourself alive for survival necessities, food, clothes, money. Keep your regular job. Apart from that, continue to do more activity, work, by meditating on the infinite. By meditating on infinite. Please understand. By meditating on infinite, when more and more activities are performed, when more and more actions are done, you have no other way. Simply, your engrams will leave your system. I tell you one small example. Every action releases some engrams from your system. Even during the levitation, which is happening in your body, when the Kundalini is awakened, all the stored, suppressed engrams leaves your body. You can see a lot of violence will leave your system. A lot of fantasies and greed will leave your system. Just the intense physical vibration, your deep craving for the physical pleasure and fantasies will leave your system. Intense movement of the body, your stored deep fears will leave your system. Fears, the desire for pleasure, fantasy, all this leaves your system just like that by this levitation. You may think how the levitation is leading to transformation. This is the way I understand. This is science of levitation. When you are encaged by the engrams, you are gravitating means you are just pulled down. All I am doing when I awaken your Kundalini is just make your short-sighted intellect into a vast-sighted intelligence. Make your life energy alive. Naturally, your ego dissolves into life energy. For those few moments, your intense bioenergy gets awakened. Naturally, when the bioenergy gets awakened, you are no more tied down by the engrams, engraved memories. Soon, very soon, I'll measure the physical weight of engrams and prove the science of levitation. It is possible, actually. I have a good news for all of you. The recent inner awakening, the December 2010 inner awakening, we have done so many medical research and scientific researches. I challenge the scientific community to come and do some research on this inner awakening process. How the whole process does the physical healing, mental healing, and awakening of the deeper strands of DNA. The scientific researchers are proving amazing results. The doctors and researchers who worked on this data we collected, they say at least for 10 major diseases, Swamiji, the inner awakening can be prescribed as direct medicine. See, even allopathy medicines, if 30% of curing, they have some technical term, I forgot. The 30% is the ratio. Allopathy medicine is prescribed as a medicine for the particular disease. The researchers are saying for 10 major diseases, inner awakening works more than any allopathy medicines, more than 30%. And still, I am yet to get the detailed report. When I get the detailed report, I'll share with you all and with the whole world. Now I am saying the next step. I'll measure the weight of the engrams. It can be, it is possible. Ramakrishna used to do. He will hold the hand of a person and tell the person to be relaxed, and he will hold the hand and try to lift and see whether he is qualified for sannyas or samsara, or he is innocent or cunning, heavily loaded with engrams or simple, used to measure. It is possible. I'll prove this science. Engrams can be measured. That is it's actually a science. All I am doing during awakening of your Kundalini is just throwing away all the engrams out of your system. So naturally, your body feels light and starts levitating. That's the way the levitation happens. That is the reason the Kundalini awakening makes the levitation in your system. I tell you, every time you levitate, you are raising to the higher consciousness. Your body is healing. Your engrams are leaving your system. Your brain is going to the highest possible conscious coherence. And your mind is entering into the creative zone. Your being is experiencing the spiritual bliss, conscious bliss. Aligning to awakening happens in you when you work intensely for 12 hours, continuously contemplating on the infinite. And if any of you are feeling that you are not levitating, take this as a process and technique. For next 2 months, 12 hours a day, work, physical and mental work intensely. You will see. Please understand. Work 12 hours a day, meditating on infinite means unclutching, trying to unclutch continuously. Within 2 months, you will see the intense Kundalini awakening in you, and you will be experiencing levitation every day. The levitation is an intense conscious experience which removes all the engrams from your system. Asana, the right posture, means aligning to awakening. Understand these ancient scriptures in the right way. Otherwise, misunderstanding in these words can lead to such a big danger. You'll become heavy. Engrams, which makes you heavy, are dangerous. See, as a Siddhi, if you become heavy, that is different. That is totally different. In the being, you will not be heavy, but you can just make your body heavy, that immovable. But because of your engram, when you become heavy, you will be deeply depressed. You will see levitation brings so much joy. Why? because the engrams just leave your system. See the people who are levitating and the amount of joy they radiate whole day, and the conscious coherence in which they live, creativity they express. That is why I tell you, our whole Sangha is entering into a new conscious zone, superconscious spirit, because of this levitation. Because when you all experience levitation, your very consciousness enters into a higher creative zone. So now I don't have just, see, earlier our mission was run by some few hundred boys and girls from Indian villages. Now, few hundred creative levitators. Which is equivalent to thousands of ordinary workers. When a man experiences Kundalini awakening, he becomes a leader. He just picks up leadership qualities by himself. And he just aligns with the whole idea, concept, truth. Less depression, less psychological suffering, less tiredness, less fatigue. So naturally, all the great leadership qualities starts expressing. Creativity, hard work, smart work, intelligence, everything starts expressing. Above all, unselfishness. I'll push the Sangha to the next level. Means not just few hundred levitating yogis whose Kundalini is awakened. I'll push the Sangha now to the next level. Few thousand enlightened beings. This year, I'll make it happen. You will see many of my Swamis and Brahmacharis, in their presence, people will experience levitation. They will become such a solid Divya Sariris. They will go and initiate people into Samana process and people will experience levitation. Tremendous positive energy exploding through my system. I could see. Actually, Cosmos is taking revenge on the negativity. I am not doing anything. I am just sitting and enjoying. Cosmos is taking revenge on this collective negativity. In a very playful way. Cosmos is doing it. That is why, just a few days before, in the Yen Satsang, I said, I predicted earthquake in Los Angeles. When we digged out, we saw the moment I predicted, within 3 hours, there was earthquake. And for some reason, I blessed from Padaka Vibhuti will come. I think I just moved my hand in different direction. In Toronto, Padaka Vibhuti started coming. 3 cities. And January 2nd in India, January 1st in US. In 3 cities, New York and Mexico and Toronto. In 3 places, from Padaka Vibhuti started coming. I'm telling you honestly, I'm not doing anything. I am just enjoying my restful awareness. The cosmos is doing left and right, expressing its energy intensely. I bless you all to achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, and share the eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you.
So what are the cognition that you learned from this? Summarize. What are the cognition? What is your understanding? What? So now we have learned the first component on the yoga, that is asana, physical, right? So now let's move on to the next component of the yoga, the out of the 12 components, which is pranayama. So okay, yes. Now let's move on to the next component, pranayama. Any questions on the first component? You let me know. So we have learned that those of you who are joining just now, we have learned that there are 12 components of the Nithyananda Yoga. Swamiji has revived authentic yoga from Parakshiva. Father of the yoga is Parakshiva himself, where eons ago he has given the yoga system as a Sastanga Yoga, 6 limbs of. Later, Patanjali added 2 more components and made it an Ashtanga Yoga, spread it to the world. But that has diluted in the worst possible way. It is spread, but it's diluted soul. Swamiji is reviving the most authentic. So that is Nithyananda. It's not one of the kind, it is the last. So for that, we have 12 components of Nithyananda Yoga. First component we have seen. Now we are going to learn about the second component, which is pranayama. Second component is pranayama. Pranayama is a term that refers to the breathing process. The air you breathe is just a vehicle in which the prana, the life energy, comes in and goes out of your body. You breathe in, breathe out. The air is not prana. There is a life energy in the air. The air is the vehicle. The prana, life energy, goes and comes out. When you inhale, the air comes in carrying prana, and when you exhale, the air empty, air goes out. This life energy is universal. Yoga Kundalini Vanisha. There are various prananas. I shall personally relate about the control of the vital air, prana, air, the coursing through the body. Ayama is said to be. So there's a two translations. Let's understand what is this component pranayama. Paramashiva describes pranayama as being composed of three processes. Composed of three processes. How you take the air? You take the air in, hold, out, right? Breathing in, holding it, and breathe out. This we call the Sanskrit names for these are the Rechaka, sorry, Puraka means inhalation of the prana. It's not the air, inhalation of the prana from outside of the body. Then holding in the body, Kumbhaka. Hold in the breath like a filled up pot without moving the limbs. And exhalation, the Rechaka is exhalation of the body. Consistent and proper practice of pranayama increases our life energy, giving us a greater mental abilities, slowing the aging process, ridding of the body diseases and fatigue, thirst, and helping us manifest the divine powers such as levitation, teleportation, and materialization. Pranayama is where yoga reveals itself as much more than the mere physical practice. Asana we just saw as a physical movement of the body, right? The pranayama is where yoga reveals itself as much more than a mere physical practice. No other discipline has understood and presented the means to regulate and expand one's own life energy like yoga. The practice of pranayama leads to purification of the energy body and its channels. As we just discussed, there are 72,000 energy circuits in the body. They are called nadis. There are various scriptural references. Those channels are purified with the pranayama, the breathing practices. And you also manifest the powers. The next component of the out of 12 components is mudra. What was Sanskrit terms for holding breath? Kumbhaka. I'll type it out for you. We'll be doing the various kumbhakas. So we'll be learning this shortly, very shortly. So now let's understand about the mudra, the third component of the Nithyananda yoga. There is a constant inflow of prana happening in our bodies through the nadis and chakras, but much of it usually gets dissipated into the external world. This dissipation into the external world is responsible for the feeling of tiredness, confusion, and powerlessness that we experience. Mudra, meaning see. The Sanskrit word mudra is see. Refers to a positioning of the lips, fingers, or the tongue in a certain way to seal this prana into our body, a way of aligning to the cosmic geometry. Swamiji defines mudra simply as an energy circuit connection. Mudra is energy circuit connection. So mudras are a way to stimulate the flow of prana shakti, the life force, energy, and cosmic currency inside us. Mudras are psychophysical processes which help accelerate the effect of an asana and pranayama to take us to a higher state of consciousness. By positioning the body in certain way to block the dissipation of prana and direct it inwards, mudras create the space for pratyahara and dharana. What does it mean? The higher experiences of yoga happen throughout the yoga practices, the sequence of asana. You will experience the mudra, the hands or and of the gaze. The gaze is called drishti, something to do with the eyes is drishti. The scriptures that are direct revelations from Paramashiva reveals the layers of benefits that can result from the integrated practice of mudra, ranging from health and longevity to mental focus, awakening the subtle grooves of the brain responsible for higher emotions such as devotion and gratitude. To the ultimate experience of transcending our limiting cognitions we carry as human beings and living and radiating the state, space, and powers of Paramashiva himself. It is mentioned repeatedly in the scriptures that initiation by the Guru holds the master that can transform us, the human beings, into the superhuman beings. So initiation can make you divine, from human beings to Paramashiva himself. It's mentioned in the scriptures repeatedly. Guru holds the master. When he gives the initiation, you transform human being to the divine. So it is mentioned repeatedly in the scriptures again and again that the initiation by the Guru holds the master key that can transform us from human beings into superhuman beings. There are various scriptural references. One of the scriptural references is Shiva's Kamala. The research has revealed in the health benefits gained by the practicing of the mudras. They include freedom from disease and hunger, thirst. You'll be healed from fainting, fatigue, indigestion, skin diseases, constipation, and because energy generated will be sealed inside us. Besides, the mudras directly activate the prana and awaken the inner potential energy, the Kundalini Shakti in each one of us, manifesting the space, state, and Shaktis of our vision. Mudras are crucial component to it. For Kundalini awakening. Kundalini is the ultimate inner potential energy that is available in each one of us. It is the largest untapped potential energy. It's a natural resource available to each one of us, but it is dark. The right understanding, the right context, the right techniques, the right process, and the direct initiation, this Kundalini can be awakened. The direct initiation of the avatar, this Kundalini Shakti can be awakened. Any questions so far? So far we learned 3 components of the yoga. So what are the 3 components? Just testing how much you are listening. Internalize. What are the 3 components? Asana, Mudra, and Pranayama. Yes. For what? I'm just showing you an example. It's called chin. Even the simple gesture like this. It's called chin. Okay? Seals the energy generated inside. So there are different mudras. I'm going to explain what are the mudras that we are going to do in the Pratama Vinyasa. We're going to move on to the next component. Do you have any questions on first 3? Please do let me know. The next component of the Nithyananda Yoga is Vanda is internal awakening of Kundalini Shakti. It is a Sanskrit term for the meaning of conductive to or conducive to. It is the active maintenance of the state of contraction or pressure in the body by the yoga. Initially practiced and eventually naturally occurring contraction of different body parts. Bandhas are performed by making muscular and diaphragm contraction in specific parts of the body that pump energy into the dormant or stagnant areas of the body. Without bandhas, energy tends to leak out, tends to be blocked, tends to be dissipated due to our lifestyle practices. Here, bandhas are the bridge between the disconnected areas of the body. That whole body said to it just bandhas will pump in the energy. This is the reason that this pumping and realignment of the prana, meaning recirculate this vital energy of prana. And the Kundalini Shakti brings tremendous healing and the balancing to the physical, emotional, and neurological systems. Bandhas are described beautifully in the Shiva Samhita scriptures. And all of you know about the 7 chakras, right? So the one at the root center, Muladhara, the root center, base of the spine, and Swadhisthana, meaning the spleen center that is 2 inches above the root center. Then one at the navel center on Manipuraka, one at the heart center, which we call Anahata, at the throat center is Vishuddhi. Then one at the the eyebrows, the brow center, then one at the crown center. Right? The chakras are subtle energy centers and not physically the physical organs. Performing bandhas help to push the kundalini chakra. It just helps to push the kundalini energy through the chakras. Thereby, the diseases can be cured and the function of their associated physical, physiological, and neurological systems can be optimized. We do three bandhas in the Pratama Vinyasa. The three are Mula Bandha in the first one. Mula Bandha is also known as the root that happens and works with the Muladhara chakra. It's a contraction of the pelvic floor. The pranic energy which normally flows out of the body is prevented from leaking instead raised to the higher chakra energy centers along with the spine. Then next bandha is Dhyana bandha. Dhyana, the Mula bandha is this contraction of the pelvic muscles. Uddiyana bandha is known as the abdominal lock and therefore it happens in and works with the Manipura chakra. It is performed by bringing the navel inwards. Push your stomach to the, try to touch to back, your spine. Push your abdomen towards the spine. Through this action, prana flow more easily to the Sushumna Nadi, the center energy channel along the spine when the Kundalini energy can move up the chakra center. That is about the mudra. Bandha. The next is fifth component is Karana. Karana is from the Natya Shastra, the traditional dance. Natya Shastra describes the combined movement of the hands and feet. So dance has to coordination the feet and the hands. So the combined movement of the hands and feet as a Karana in sacred dance. It involves synchronized movement of feet, lips, and the hand, and even the fingers. There are 108 Karanas are frozen in the temple sculptures. Very first time, Swamiji reveals the effect of Karanas on the body and mind and the breathing patterns that they trigger. Performing the Karanas puts you into a state of high awareness of your body, engaging multiple body parts at the same time. The half squatting position, commonly called the Arya Mudra, is common to most Karanas. When performed, aligns the body to the alignment of the cosmos. Several triangles can be drawn along the lines of the body. Therefore, this posture enables a microcosm to connect with macrocosm. The seven chakras are in complete alignment and aids the Kundalini to rise to the sun. These 108 Karanas were revealed by Paramashiva to his Gana Tandu, who then reaches it to Bharata, the author of the Natya Shastra, dance. The Karanas incorporated into the yoga the Supreme Pontiff delivers a major conscious breakthrough to the field of yoga through incorporating the stance movements in the Nithyananda. So far, what is your understanding? What are the other two? Dhyana, Jalandhara. Wonderful. All right. Post, what are the other two components? And any questions on this? Please do let me know. Now we're going to move on to the power manifestation. Now we're going to manifest the power of consciousness over matter. So all of you, post your powerful cognition from living enlightenment book and bring in an object, preferably coconut. Do not have the coconut, bring in a round fruit like apple or please quickly go ahead and bring in your objects. A fruit, preferably coconut. If you do not have the coconut, bring in an apple or orange. So we're going to do the power manifestation of consciousness over matter. Post your powerful cognition. All right. So post your powerful cognitions from living enlightenment book. Yes. Now please straight with your object on the palm. Palm should be straight line and put your object on the palm. Sit straight, your head, neck, and straight line. Bring awareness to your third eye. Any thoughts that are coming, let it come, let it go. You bring your attention back to your third eye again and again. And now start chanting Vakya. Om Paramashivaya. Start chanting the Vakya and experience the space of oneness. With that space of oneness, declare the object to go and manifest the power of consciousness over matter. So all of you start chanting Vakya. Yes, now all of you, please post whatever is your experience on the consciousness about matter or manifestation. Please post your comments in the chat. So the beer started to shake a little bit. Then I felt an urge to lie down. Okay. My body is telling me to lie down again. So what about others? All others? All right. Now, what is authentic yoga? Let's learn Swamiji as per Hinduism. What is authentic yoga? So we're going to learn
the revelations of the revealed scriptures. Listen. Because we see the ocean always from beach, the moment word ocean or sea is uttered, you visualize only beach, not the ocean. Listen, because you always see the ocean from the beach, the moment word ocean is uttered, you visualize only beach, not the ocean. Same way, because yoga starts from bending the body, unfortunately, the moment the word yoga is uttered, you think it is only bending the body. Ocean is not beach. From beach, it starts, but beach is not the ocean. Yoga starts from bending the body, but that is not yoga as it is. Yes, bending the body is also yoga. It starts from there. But unfortunately, you think that is yoga. There's a big difference between bending the body is yoga, bending the body is also the yoga. What you have never been told about yoga, three major things you have never been told about yoga. First, yoga is not originated from Patanjali. Patanjali is the organizer, not originator. That's the first thing you need to know. Unfortunately, even the great yoga teachers, yoga gurus, yogis, socially acclaimed, respected, revered gurus, yogis, even they think and promote Patanjali as the originator of yoga, father of yoga. With all my respect to Patanjali, I wanted is not myth, it is a subjective truth which can stand the scrutiny of any decent researcher, whether in the form of linguistic, if you start analyzing the language, the scriptures available, all the revelations by Sadashiva is called Agama. Means the complete works of Sadashiva is called Agama. If you see the language, it is at least 10 to 15,000 years before Patanjali. And if you see the archaeological evidences, the place where Sadashiva walked, Varanasi, still walking, living. If you see even archaeological researchers, any decent researcher, unbiased, straightforward, seeking the truth, will be convinced about what I am presenting. I have enough of material to substantiate the claims I am making, not just my intuition or ability to see the Akashic records. That's only one side. I have enough to substantiate whatever I am claiming. I'll present it now one by one. First thing, you have not been told, you have never been told about yoga. Patanjali is a great organizer, but not originator. Origination. Please understand. The source is Sadashiva himself. Patanjali, a great disciple of Mahadeva, devotee of Mahadeva, lived in Chidambaram, organized this whole science, presented it in a very presentable format called Yoga Sutras. Yoga Sutras is a great book, no doubt, but not the first book. There's a big difference. Even the great yogis, acclaimed yogis, very popular all over the world, yoga gurus, always stop with Patanjali. I do not know why. Very few say yoga was before Patanjali. And even if they say, they are not able to present the scriptures and literatures. So understand.
Yes. Make it non-analyze. I read it first, attention, and listen, and see, and enjoy.
In a very presentable format called Yoga Sutras. Yoga Sutras is a great book, no doubt, is the source of yoga tradition. Second, which you have never been told, which you need to be aware, always as for original source. Any practice you are asked to do, whether it is bending the body, or a specific way of breathing, or a specific visualization, or a specific verbalization, ask for the source. Original sources are available. Please understand. People who try to declare themselves as a brand of yoga have messed up the whole yoga by creating cat pose, dog pose, tree pose, inverted tree pose, downside dog pose. I'm still wondering, when I listen to all this, am I yogi? What is going on with yoga? Understand, it can be used along with Pilates, sports, bodybuilding methods, no problem. But it cannot be diluted. Using yoga along with the sports, along with Pilates, along with other exercise, along with gymming, everything is okay. But it cannot be diluted. Please understand. One of the important truths you have never been told is yoga cannot be separated from Hinduism. It cannot be separated. Dilution is sampradaya droha. Understand? Dilution is sampradaya droha. All of you understand? People ask me, Swamiji, who is the real yogi, from where we should learn? How do we know which is authentic yoga? I am clearing all these doubts and questions once for all today. Understand? Even as simple as sitting in Padmasana to as complicated as swallowing 6-meter cloth and cleaning your intestine. Everything is described with tremendous precision, clarity, with tremendous accuracy by Sadashiva directly in Yogapadas of Agamas. You do not need any jum jum, cham cham, chik chik, bulbul fellows to develop any of the yogic techniques and methods. Understand, do not believe if some stupid fellow is claiming he developed it from yoga. He only diluted it. Nobody can develop on Sadashiva. Everyone can only dilute Sadashiva. Nobody can develop on Sadashiva. Understand? I am declaring with the authority as living representative of Sadashiva. Nobody can develop Sadashiva. He is complete. No one can develop on Sadashiva. No one can develop on Sadashiva. You need to know very clearly. There are three kinds of people teaching yoga. One who claims they are teaching from their personal experience. Crow biryani, kakka biryani, g. Second, who knows only the scriptures, teach only from scriptures, does not have personal experience. Pandits, scholars. I tell you, the pandits and scholars who just teach from the books without having personal experience cause less damage to people than the so-called enlightened gurus who declare they are teaching from personal experience, does not abide the shastras, does not abide by the scriptures. Please understand, this is one of the important revelation I am giving you. These so-called enlightened gurus who does not abide by the scriptures are more dangerous to human beings, humanity, than the people who are abiding just by the scriptures without enlightenment. Because people who are abiding just by the scripture without enlightenment cannot damage you. They may not be able to give you experience, but they can't damage you because they are just following the scripture. Scriptures will never damage you. But the so-called enlightened fellows who don't follow the scriptures, because they get your complete trust and authority, they become authority just by convincing you in some 2-3 things, blowing the nose. And see, when you do the hyperventilation, naturally you will feel little peace and calmness. That peace does not mean you become enlightened or yes, become enlightened. Pick up a cell phone and talk to your spouse, you will see the strength of that peace. Understand? These so-called enlightened masters who do not abide by the scriptures are more dangerous than just the pandits, parrots who repeat from the scriptures directly. They are, see, these so-called enlightened masters who don't follow the scriptures, who don't abide by the original yogic literatures, they get 1 or 2 glimpses here and there. And by giving those 1 or 2 glimpses, they convince the people and the people start following them. They suddenly become authorities. Once they become authorities, all the stupidity they vomit, you will be following. They can seriously damage your body, mind, and consciousness. Very rare are the third category of teachers who have a solid personal enlightenment experience, who are authorities responsible for what they are speaking and completely connected, rooted, centered on the traditional yogic scriptures. Those are the rare beings.
We go from Vishnu.
Possible.
Should always, when I say always, ALWAYS in capital letter, huge red color. Always should match with Apta Pramana, the earlier Rishi's experience. Atma Pramana should be in tune with Apta Pramana, the individual experience should always be in tune with the original source, the great enlightened masters, the founding fathers of yoga. Please understand. One side Atma Pramana, personal experience. The other side Apta Pramana, the experience of the great rishis. A real guru will have both and present both. Otherwise, if somebody says, I only have my experience, I don't care about the scriptures, shastras, the original source of knowledge, please understand, don't become prey for their advertisement abilities, marketing capabilities, and their immature ego. Don't become prey for their immature ego. So, Atma Pramana, only when it is in tune with Apta Pramana, it can even be shared to the world and made as Sakshi Pramana. Understand? People who claim they had a personal revelation experience, it may be sometime good for them, but there is no guarantee it is good for all of you. What is good for all of you? It should be the personal realization of your Guru and directly in tune with the original scriptures. Only then it should be shared with the world. It is worthy of being shared with the world. When you choose your Guru, first option, the best thing is find a person who is enlightened, experienced, who can play with energy, who can directly transmit experience to you, and who is in tune with the original shastras, the source of the knowledge, who is having Atma Pramana and Apta Pramana, and who can make the whole thing as Sakshi Pramana. Understand? I may have 10,000 experiences, Atma Pramana, but whatever is in tune with the Apta Pramana, the original scriptures, revelations by Sadashiva, only those things are worthy of teaching to all the human beings. Only those things will become Sakshi Pramana for all of you, for the whole world. So an important truth you need to know, no one can develop on Sadashiva. Do not go to people if they claim they developed. No. Don't become prey to the marketing gimmicks and immature ego of some of those great marketers, great advertisers. Marketing and advertising is a different capacity. The original knowledge source, being the reliable knowledge source, is different. Popularity does not necessarily guarantee quality. So do not be cheated. You yourself dig out, investigate whether what I am being taught is in alignment with the original shastras, with the original scriptures. With all the joy and pride, I declare everything I am teaching is my personal experience, Atma Pramana, and completely in tune with Apta Pramana, the original scriptures and original revelations from the tradition. Understand? The second truth you have never been told about yoga is no one can develop. Do not fall prey for the stupidity of downward dog pose, inward dog pose, inverted tree pose. What nonsense is going on? Yoga cannot be developed and it is not secular. Let it be very clearly told to the world. If it is secular, if it is developed, have some other name. Don't call it yoga. Have the name Roga or Boga. Don't abuse the name yoga. Yoga has to be. Sadashiva very clearly declares qualification of a yoga teacher, yoga guru, who is qualified to teach, to be a guru, to be a master. He gives a clear description. He should have Atma Pramana and he should be completely in tune with Apta Pramana. Through the Atma Pramana and Apta Pramana, his own personal enlightenment experience and in tune with the revealed scriptures, he should be able to make the science as Sakshi Pramana. Only that person is qualified to teach. Only that person is authority. Only that person is authorized to teach. If you just find the right source, 99% of the work is done. Now you can declare your success. You can declare your victory. You can declare your completion. You can declare your fulfillment. You have a right to celebrate your victory. Finding the right guru, 99.9% job is done. Because the remaining work, making you enlightened, is not your job. It is his job now. Only finding the right guru is your job. After that, making you enlightened is his job. So 99.99% work is done. The moment you find the master who has personal experience and who is in tune with the original revealed scriptures, through both, who makes this whole as a reality and experience for all of you, find the right guru. 99.9% work is done. Because the remaining work is. You may say, why I am keeping 0.1%? You have to continue to be with him just for that 0.1%. Don't get down from the train just for that. Understand? Truths need to be told as truths to you, even if it is a little painful. You might have developed your career in yoga and yoga teacher as yoga guru for 40 years. If it is not true to the original scriptures, please drop it today. Drop it today. Align yourself to the original scriptures and then restart again. That's the best thing you can do to you and to the students who are sitting in front of you. Understand? 200-hour courses, 500-hour courses, 1,000-hour courses. When I see all these boards, I can't control my laughter. When I was 3, I was given away to my guru. He accepted me, adopted me, and it took almost 15 years for him. Only when I was 17 and a half, he said, now you are a declared yogi. You can start teaching. Just before leaving the body, he blessed me and authorized me. I thought, then how many hours yoga training it would have been? So understand, the second important truth you have never been told about yoga, yoga cannot be developed. You can't develop one Sadashiva. You can't develop one Sadashiva. It's unfortunate. The original scriptures revealed by Sadashiva
is not available for mass. It's unfortunate. Nobody promoted that because it is very easy to secularize Patanjali, very difficult to secularize Sadashiva. Understand, yoga was originally promoted in the modern world more by the people who are interested in digestion and stealing the best things from Hindu tradition, not by the people who are interested in the original knowledge, the original source. People who promoted yoga in the modern day, they were more interested in digestion and adoption, not interested in source or the original science. Patanjali is digestible into the secular stomach. Sadashiva is poison pill. You can't digest him. You can't digest him. If you try to swallow him, he will swallow you. Try to swallow him, he will swallow you. Understand? All the stupidity, marketing, commercialization, all this. Sometimes good, sometimes bad. But I wanted all of you to know the time for all this marketing, good, bad, discussions, debates about why marketing is necessary or not necessary. People have their own arguments. Without marketing, yoga would not have become popular so well. Without the dilution, yoga would not have reached the whole world. All these, you guys can go on talking. All the debate time is over. Now it has already become popular. Come on, it is time. Let's get back to the original source. Even if we have tolerated for the sake of reaching out and all that, the job is done. Now, let's get back to the source. Job is done. We already popularized the word. Today, International Yoga Day. Whole world is celebrating. All the countries, without a single opposition, voted for International Yoga Day. It has already become one of the largest festivals celebrated in the world. So understand, we have done popularizing. Now, the next important job is getting back to the original source. That is why I have happened. I happened to bring the integrity and authenticity. Let us do responsible enriching by being integrated and authentic to the original source of yoga, the yoga pada of agamas, directly Sadashiva's own words. Let us be integrated and authentic to that. And by being integrated and authentic to that, let's bring responsibility in our enriching. We are enriching the whole world with yoga. When we are putting so much of energy and intelligence and resources, enriching the whole world with yoga, we should be responsible for being integrated and authentic to the original source. To the original source. Understand? Unfortunately, the original source was not available, popularized to the world. It is time. When the original scriptures, Vedas, were hidden into the ocean by the demon, Hiranya, Varaha Avatara happened. Vishnu took the incarnation and brought those scriptures out and revealed it to the world. Now it is my responsibility, collecting it from all the corners of the world, wherever it was secretly lying, the original agamas, the yogic scriptures, and gathering it, revealing it to the whole world, and making it available to the whole world through the internet. We are successful in collecting more than 3 terabyte original material on yoga. Revelations by Sadashiva. And we are scanning everything, cleaning it up. Today we are ready with 600 megabyte original material. Scanned palm leaves. Revelations about yoga by Sadashiva and his direct disciples. Today, it will be offered to the whole world. Copyright free. You have a right to copy. I am declaring it as copyright free and you have a right to copy. If you are copying, not only you are welcome, you are celebrated. The third important truth you need to know, which you have never been told about yoga. Please understand. Yoga is not just the science of keeping you healthy. Yoga is the science of radiating enlightenment. It is not just for ability to stretch your body. It is ability to manifest what you want. Yoga is not all about making you better man. Yoga is all about making you Superman. Don't follow something which makes you better man after 35 years. Do something which helps you to reveal, radiate powers immediately. Please understand. Do not have patience with your practice. You have been given wrong instruction. Have patience with your practice and continue for years. You will have result. No, don't wait for Godot. If you have been asked to wait for Godot, you are being cheated. Yoga is a powerful alchemy system, gives result as immediately as you start. If somebody says, no, practice this for years, you will get the result, you are being cheated. That is not yoga. The quality of yoga is, even if it is practiced little, brings tremendous result immediately. That's the science of yoga, original intention of yoga. Day 1 should bring results. By month 1 should manifest powers. If not, question the teacher who is giving you, question the system which is given to you. Understand? I am interested in revealing your SDHD to you, self-doubt, self-hatred, and self-denial, but I am not interested in riding on your SDHD or exploiting you based on your SDHD. No. Revealing it to you is different. Riding is different. Riding means because you have this problem, you need to practice 12 years, then you will have result. That is exploiting your SDHD. Yoga does not need so much of time. If yoga needs so much of time, the fellow is teaching you is not yogi. Understand? If he has Atma Pramana, personal realization, personal experience, and he has the knowledge of Apta Pramana, the earlier master's revelation, he can make it into a Sakshi Pramana, reality for you as immediately as yoga is started. It is much more immediate than any science. Alchemy is more immediate than any chemistry. And Gita beautifully says, Swalpamapyasya dharmasya trayate mahato bhayat. Negha shosti pratyavayo na vidyate Salpamapyasya dharmasya trayate mahato bhayat. There is no loss in effort, nor there is any harm. Even a little of this knowledge projects the best things in you and protects you from great fears. Understand, yoga is as immediate as any chemistry. Yoga is more experiential and immediate than any of you are so-called falling in love at first sight. If you've fallen in love at first sight, how that is as immediate? Yoga is much more immediate than that. You need to know these basic truths. You have never been told about yoga. With this, I wanted to reveal all the revealed scriptures available about the yoga directly by Sadashiva and his direct disciples. Please understand, I will not make the mistake of declaring all the things Sadashiva revealed is available now. I will not make that mistake. But whatever is available now, by the grace of Sadashiva, I'll make sure they don't die, they don't get lost. We will collect, organize, and publish it, share it with all of you. Till now, whatever we have collected, all these are copyright free, belongs to whole world, and will be uploaded today in our Hinduism Now website, where all the Hindu scriptures are revealed and shared. I have a huge list, around 600 megabyte material, which will be uploaded freely for all of you today, for you to do research, study, practice, question the people who teach you. Keep them integrated. Keep them integrated. It's your responsibility. You are so active when it comes to keeping the politicians integrated, because they are handling your money, taxpayers' money. Same way, you should be active to keep the gurus integrated to the original scriptures, because they are handling your whole life much more than the taxes. Who handle your taxes, you are so involved in keeping them integrated, but you are not questioning the gurus who are handling your whole life. Understand, let the politicians not cross the constitution. Let the gurus not cross the scriptures. Let the politicians not cross the constitution. Let the gurus not cross the spiritual constitutions. Once the scriptures directly delivered by Sadashiva are revealed to the whole world, once you all start reading, you all are exposed to these scriptures, then we don't need people who develop kriyas, who develop techniques, who develop yoga. No, no need. We have enough of people. Sadashiva himself has given. So you can't develop on Sadashiva. Let's abide by Sadashiva. Let's abide by him. That's enough. And bowing down to Sadashiva, surrendering at his feet, and all his disciples, and all the great people, beings involved in keeping this whole knowledge, experience current alive on the planet Earth, bowing down to all of them, surrendering at all their feet. I'm revealing whatever is shared by them and kept alive till now on the planet Earth to all of you back again. Now it is in the form of the original palm leaf scanned. Soon you can expect the various language translations of these scriptures. Please wait for all those translations. It will be soon available to all of you. But the original scriptures will be revealed, shared with you all today on this International Yoga Day. So here I am offering symbolically the original manuscripts, the scanned printouts of the original manuscripts. So by revealing this to all of you, symbolically, with Sadashiva's grace, we are sharing this whole thing with the world. It's almost 600 megabyte material Vadulagama, Sarvanyanotragama, Tripada Artha Nirnaya, Achapa Gayatri, Siddhanta Shigamani, Shivayoga Ratna, Vyomavya, Siddhanta Sharavali, Mrigendragama. It goes, the whole list goes on and on and on. Revealed directly by Sadashiva and written by Sadashiva's direct disciples. So, bowing down at the feet of Sadashiva, surrendering myself at the feet of Sadashiva, I'm sharing his knowledge to all of you with the whole humanity. Let the humanity be enriched by his knowledge, by his blessings, by his grace. We will also have yoga teachers training directly from this original authentic source. You will be taught these original verses and the asanas and kriyas and the practices. So you will be a perfect teacher as Sadashiva wanted. As Sadashiva wanted. My blessings to all of you by the grace of Sadashiva. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhadvaita Saivam, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
What are your cognition?
Nithyanandam, everyone. Am I audible? Yes. So now we'll continue with the other components of yoga. The next part is visualizations. So far what we learned, first is asana, second is pranayama, third is mudra, fourth is bandha, and what is fifth? What is the fifth one? Karana, the dance form. Yes. Perfect. Now, sixth one we are going to learn. We also learned the why Nithyananda Yoga and the significance, all that we have learned. The basics we have covered. Now, the sixth part of the sixth part of the Nithyananda Yoga is visualization. And there are various references for this also in the significance of the visualization. Tejo Bindu Upanishad talks about the visualization. Many asana names are direct meditation upon a different gods or goddesses. Some asanas take the form of specific animals or living creatures. When we keep a clear visualization of each form we are embodying, the body can settle into the depth experience of each and every posture. Many times, Paramashiva tells in the scriptures that oneness can be experienced through seeing him in everything. In each and every point, we bring our gaze to. Through the sequence of 108 asanas, the first Vinyasa Pranam, you will be guided to meditate upon some certain visualizations for each asana. The next is japa. Japa is chanting. Japa is the internal chanting of mantra. Now we are learning the seventh component. Internal chanting of the mantra with the visualization of it rotating around the throat in a circular way, allowing the yogi to feel the mild vibration of that mantra. When chanting, wear an energized Rudraksha bead exactly on the Vishuddhi chakra, the throat center, the hollow of the throat. This is the place where the air is getting converted into the sound. And if you wear energized Rudraksha here, constantly every word coming out will have the quote of that mantra. It becomes like the ajapa japa. You will see this Rudraksha and the mild vibration, and the Kundalini in you will be awakened. Ajapa japa is one of the most powerful process and technique. It releases a certain kind of energy from our body, the nectar from the throat. When you do ajapa japa, it's not that every second you chant the ajapa japa, in your heart chants, your lungs chant, your throat chant. The more and more deep it goes into your being, more and more parts of your being resonates with that. Mahavakya mantras refers to the ultimate mantras of the all mantras, used to invoke the divine presence. Throughout the throughout this Vinyasa Kramas, meaning the yoga sequences, we implement mantras and Mahavakyas as powerful japas, the repetitive chant, while bending the body. These mantras were gifted by Swamiji to direct connection to Paramashiva. The following are the japas used throughout the 108 asanas. The next is chanting, the Akashic revelation. Mantra in Sanskrit word that describes a sacred utterance, a sound or syllable, a single word or a group of words. A mantra has spiritual powers with or without systematic or literal meaning. A disciple needs to be initiated into a mantra by his guru using the right procedures, the mantra diksha, For the mantra to have its maximum potency for that individual, it is given by the Guru and received with gratitude and respect by the disciple. Clear instructions are given about the number of repetitions, the right speed, and the duration of the chanting in order to experience the truth of the mantra. Paramashiva is light, the consciousness, while Paramashiva Shakti Devi is sound, the creation. By the mantras, a yogi can unclutch from external things and be absorbed in the sounds of the mantra. The goal is to focus more and more on the subtle sound. By abandoning thoughts, a yogi learns to listen to the nada. Nada meaning sound. It's a sound which is based on the promise that the entire cosmos consists of sound vibration. The practice of listening of nada leads to oneness with the ultimate. See, when the body bends with a certain sequence of asanas, the aura, the energy surrounding any person opens up. Therefore, only the highest vibrational sound should be entering the space. That is why Kailasa's Nithyananda Yoga, the Sanskrit pramanas, the scriptural references from the source text are continuously chanted out loud throughout the vinyasa kramas. As the asana or energy body is vulnerable and opened up while bending the body in yoga, the sounds listen to matter deeply. Whether verbalizations you hear during that time impact your consciousness directly. The Sanskrit words of Paramashiva are the most powerful verbalizations. Next, the ninth one is weightlifting. Ninth component is weightlifting. Long before the rise of modern day bodybuilding methods, in the Vedic civilization, weights are applied to the body as a method to raise Kundalini, expands one's consciousness and connect to the divine. Swamiji has yet again revealed another ancient science that breaks the mold and box that yoga has been placed into. If you want to truly expand your yoga practice on the mat, simply apply external weight to the body. Throughout his divine Leela, Swamiji has stated on a number of occasions of the importance of building the physical body and how it leads to various different benefits. You will stop falling into depression. You will become centered into integrity. You will go beyond tiredness. That's why Swamiji says weightlifting is a spiritual quality. I strongly promote, support all the activities of you working out on your body, like weight training, bodybuilding, everything. With this as the part of his divine vision for humanity, the Swamiji has done intense self-research and has had a number of Akashic revelations from the cosmic archives, and has shared how this science was lived by the Nata Sampradaya yogis, who used weights in combination with their yoga practices. From heavy stones to wooden logs, weightlifting is not something new to Vedic civilization, such as an increase in flexibility, improvement in strength, and in the increase in flexibility, improvement in strength, and the deep, heavy breathing of pranayama that is involved. The ancient method of weightlifting built into the yoga asana practice is a yogic science involving traditional weights called Karana Kattai, commonly known as Karala Kattai. And the reason for why the Nada yogis are called Karana yogis or Karna yogis. Today, Swamiji has revived and evolved at another Vedic science, this time with the revelation of adding weights. The 10th component is mandala. Mandala is the representation of the cosmos. The human body is analogous to the cosmos itself. Mandalas representing the cosmos and yantras representing the deity. The construction is based on the tantric intuitive knowledge of the mind's nature. The relationship with the subtle channels of the energy in the body and the human need for a scientific life. Yantra is basically a diagram into which a deity can be invited by using the corresponding mantra. They can be used towards achieving oneness or self-realization. The symbolism of the yantras represents a universal pattern and a mantra, the cosmic sound. The combination of the two helps the sadhak, the yogi performing the yoga, to transcend the normal frame of reference and achieve a higher state of awareness, in which the individual is being and the universal being or individual being and universal beings both are one. The next, the 11th one is Abharan. Abharana means the jewelry, traditional jewelry. The Sundaravadam or the Rudrakshamala, these are the Abharana. The Sundaravadam means are the traditional Rudraksha earrings, which provide balance to the body while performing the practice. They also increase the space of listening to the yogi, allowing them to tune their body to the cosmic geometry during the practice. Wearing the Rudraksha necklace in the Vishuddhi chakra as the Kantamala given by the Guru radiates the energy of the man, energy of the mantra initiated by the Guru. The next 11th component, 12th component is Aushada. Aushada is the sacred alchemy science from the ancient Siddha tradition. It combines sacred herbs, the prana, the cosmic force energy, and most importantly, the Shaktipata, the entanglement energy of Paramashiva, which can be ingested or physically applied to enter into the body. So an Aushada is basically sacred herbs, the prana, the cosmic life energy, and most importantly, the entanglement energy of Paramashiva, and which can be ingested or physically applied to enter into the body. Through this ancient science, the state, space, and powers of Paramashiva can be experienced, giving access to all the 25 states of consciousness. Now, can you all go ahead and post what are the 12 components of yoga? And what is your understanding? Understand Aushadha is also a very key component of authentic yoga. For example, turmeric is one of the most powerful ways to detoxify the body and absorb the higher levels of prana throughout your yogic practice. So it has property of entering the system through the skin and directly absorbing the nutrients built up in the body. Sandalwood, Rudraksha, all these are energy, the Aushadha components. So can you all please post what are the 12 asana and Assam, India? Can we get Kantamala to buy online from Kantamala is Swamiji's gift. We will not sell. Aushadha herbal bar. Asana, pranayama, mudra, pratyahara. Pratyahara is not the component, ma. Bandha. Bandha is there. Pratyahara is not an, it's a word you heard or something, but not a component. All right. So now let's do one more round of power manifestation. Please get ready with your objects. We are going to do the one more round of consciousness over matter. Oh, it's wonderful. So please get ready with your objects. Objects preferably is coconut. If you have it, if you do not have the coconut, a round fruit, an apple, orange. Get ready for the power manifestation of one more round. Please, all of you, go ahead and get your objects. Twist straight with your head neck back straight line. Visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. Any thoughts that are coming, let it come, let it go. Bring your awareness to your third eye again and again. And start chanting the Mahavakya. And experience the space of oneness. With that space of oneness, declare the object on your palm. Hold your object while chanting the mantra, while experiencing the oneness. With your power of consciousness, declare the object in your hand to roll, move, to vibrate. Let's start.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द 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 परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes.
and manifest the powers of
Nithyananda, everyone. Now, please go ahead and share whatever is experience of manifesting the power of consciousness over matter. It's amazing. I wasn't paying a close attention, but it moved. I just used a small jar, but it took a while and I did not really expect it to happen. All others, what happened? Now let's understand the how to prepare for the Nithyananda yoga. Xiang says, very surprised. What's wrong with me? I have almost no experience like this. There's nothing wrong, Ma. You just change. Um, There's nothing wrong. Finish. I use garlic to hold, not to move. Garlic is initially you need to do a round, smooth object. Weight increased. Yeah. So you're already manifesting one power. Instead of one power, you manifested another power. The power that you manifested is Mahima, but we are scheduled to manifest the consciousness or matter. But you manifested Mahima. Okay. Yes. Now let's understand the how to prepare for the ritual of yoga. Swamiji said, over the last decade, yoga has explored in popularity. Be it yoga, whatever worst names you can imagine they have put, but yoga become popular and is now become one of the most popular forms of exercise and the most common spiritual practice on planet Earth. Without even, some people may not even cognize that as a spiritual practice, but they are doing it. But with this growth in popularity on planet Earth, yoga has become a loss in integrity. No longer is yoga practice a ritual, but rather, in many cases, it has become a fad. Beer yoga, booty yoga, goat yoga, whatnot. The list is a long of all the different ways this deep spiritual practice has been manipulated and the job of spreading yoga across the globe is done, but the time has come for the authenticity and integrity of yoga to be revived. How to prepare for the ritual of yoga is a beautiful manual. And that I'm going to share now, it's from the ancient Hindu scriptures, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, himself revived this ancient scriptural knowledge, preparing for the ritual. So this is how to practice, where and how and all the details, minute details, it's given in this session. The original yoga and how it was meant to be prepared for the practice of the Nithyananda yoga. The original yoga, the founder is none other than Paramashiva. Swamiji is reviving to Kailasa's Nithyananda yoga. It is not some new form of yoga, it is the yoga. So how to prepare? Waking up. First thing is waking up at the Brahma Muhurta. Without any doubt. The best time. Many people do not do yoga too because they have to get up Brahma Muhurta. Without any doubt, the best time for one to practice is during the Brahma Muhurta. A period of 2 Muhurtas, that is about 48 minutes. or 1.5 hour. Time unit of 48 minutes into 2, actually. So that means about 1.5 hours before the dawn. Awakening and beginning your practice during this time tunes your biological clock, and it is the best way to receive the aging process. In Brahma Muhurta, the consciousness, it's in a unique way, the unique time and that space where you where the material out of which you are made up of is available for alteration, transformation, or manipulation. It is as if you're like a liquid. Anything you try to infuse into your inner space goes in very easily during the Brahma Muhurta. Just like a needle moves into the banana, it can easily enter into your system. So once you wake up in the Brahma Muhurta, you need to do the cleansing and detoxifying before yoga. Yoga is a science of awakening Kundalini Shakti for the infinite potential energy which lays dormant within all of us. So, however, like a pipe with clots in it, our body has energy clots in all the 72,000 nadis, the energy channels. Thus, before even you begin to move our body on the mat to absorb and retain as much prana as possible, that before even we begin to move our body to the mat to absorb and retain the prana shakti as much as possible to retain in our body, the yogi should first cleanse and detoxify their body as a daily practice itself. Yes. Now, any questions? Do let me know. Now, the cleansing, detoxifying techniques are called Shuddhi Kriyas or Panchakriya. The Shuddhi means Shuddhi Kriyas involve 4 powerful cleansing processes to remove toxins and impurities from your system. Just like how we take a shower every day, right? To cleanse the external parts of the body, we do this every day. The Panchakriya is a process cleanses the internal organs of our body, keeping it cool. And these techniques not only cleanse our body, but bring peace and balance to our mind and lightness and bliss in our being. Which is why during the program, Swamiji insists that all the participants do Shuddhi Kriyas every day, so that the heat created during the Kriyas and energy darshans can be removed, and so that the body is able to hold the energy permanently. Ramakrishna Paramahamsa says, you just need to keep your stomach clean and light, nothing else. You just need to carry your body gracefully, nothing else. Panchakriya is a technique to embodying the purification. Once you complete Panchakriya, you will feel the whole body is pure. Panchakriyas cleanses the body, and the Haritaki powder is said to have elevated the non-mechanical parts of the brain. Swamiji says every morning doing the Panchakriya is not just taking bath. It is detoxification process, decalcification process, and applying vibhuti and kumkum is decalcification of your third eye. Taking the jalabasi, that means enema, neti, the nose cleaning, and the eye cleaning. So, Swamiji revealed in Vakyadas a direct Sastra Pramana from Paramashiva himself on the benefits of Jalabasti, which took place between Sapta Rishis and Devi in the presence of Paramashiva. They were discussing about physiology and health. One Rishi made a statement: if your stomach is heavy, do not believe it's a fat. And then he strongly stated, it's a poo. It's not fat. Then the Devi asked, then what is the percentage? The Rishi responds, 3/4 is a fat and 1/4 is mala. Mala means poo. And then that's when Paramashiva introduced the powerful benefits of Jalabasti. Jalabasti is nothing but enema. Paramashiva himself said, the food which is not digested in the last 48 hours is what we call mala. The food which is not digested for few years, it is called fat. He says Jalabasti melts both. Enema melts both. It cleanses both. Next, Jalaneti. Another powerful technique, cleansing technique. Jalaneti easily removes the muscles and pollutants from your nasal passage and sinuses and allows air, prana, to flow without obstruction. Many people notice how this helps relieve allergies, colds, sinuses, and even coughs. That is, it prevents and manages the other diseases of the respiratory system. Swamiji has said that this also is able to subtly cleanse the third eye, the Anya chakra, as the purifying water goes through that region. Then Netra Shuddhi, Netra is eyes, cleansing of the eyes. Eyes easily become overused and tired from being constantly subjected to external stimuli like bright lights from the computer and TV screen. Poor indoor lighting and the irritants of air pollution like smoke, dust, and fire. Netra Shuddhi, there are so many benefits. Cleansing removes accumulated dust particles, eye secretions, and body heat that irritates the eyes. We'll be explaining this, Netra Shuddhi, in further sessions, how to do that. Then taking the ceremonial bath. Yoga to be done after the bath, not before the bath, and taking shower after the yoga. After rising out of bed, one should always first take bath and shower and cleanse the body of all impurities. Yoga is sometimes referred as to practice. However, it is actually a Hindu ritual. And before all the rituals, sadhana, the spiritual practitioner should cleanse his body. Now, let's listen to Swamiji.
Today's sutras. Yoganganushtana tan yoganga anushthanat ashuddhi shaye jnana diptihi aviveka kyateha. Yoga anga anushtanat asuddhi shaye jnana dipti aviveka kyate. Swami Vivekananda translates this sutra as, through the practice of different parts of yoga, the impurities are destroyed and knowledge is kindled, leading up to discrimination. Swami Prabhavananda translates as soon as all impurities have been removed by the practice of spiritual disciplines, the limits of yoga, a man's spiritual vision, opens to the light-giving knowledge of the Atman. Swami Sachidananda translates as, by the practice of the limbs of yoga, the impurities dwindle away and there dawns the light of wisdom, leading to discriminative discernment. Again, in this science, Patanjali emphasizes in the sutra. The sutra is in the second chapter, 28th verse, in the whole Yoga Sutras, 79th sutra. Again, Patanjali emphasizes in the sutra, practicing all the limbs of yoga. Yama, Niyama, Pranayama, Asana, of course, third is Asana. Yama, Niyama, Asana, Pranayama, Pratyahara, Dharana, Dhyana, Samadhi. These are the 8 limbs of yoga. Patanjali emphasizes in the sutra the practice. The big problem is, biggest problem for the spiritual seekers is go on accumulating, acquiring knowledge, because it gives you so much of excitement and never practice. Really, I'm telling you. Why do you think most of you pay so much money and come and sit here? Because you know you will never practice in your house. See, all of you know, whatever you are hearing in the inner awakening is already in the YouTube free. More than what you will hear in these 21 days is available. The 21 days, all 21 days put together, you will never get to hear 800 hours sessions from me. And 800 hours sessions are already in the YouTube. And nothing new or more I can say other than what I said in 800 hours spread over 8 years. Then why all of you are here? You all know this big problem. You tried, nothing works. At the most, you try to do some practice for 3 days. Maximum 4th day, 5th day. What about you? Even I can't do anything. As long as the biomemory is there, human biomemory, it has to be elevated, trained, and put to practice by an elevated biomemory, experienced biomemory. No other way. Nothing can work, nothing can help. Patanjali is dealing with one of the biggest problem the human consciousness is facing. Not practicing, non-practice, practice. practice. End of Bhagavatam. That's very beautiful. Commentary for Bhagavatam. Somebody asks the Bhagavatakara, Sugabrahma, is there, see, you describe thousands of auspiciousness happens when an incarnation happens on the planet Earth around him. Is there one bad thing? One thing can go wrong. Not even one bad thing can happen. Not even one thing can go wrong. Is there any possibility? Can you describe? Then Bhagavatakara takes a lot of time. Then suddenly wakes up and says, yes, one thing can go wrong. All the rishis got curious. What can go wrong around an incarnation? Come on, tell us. He says, because of his abhayam and sharanam and aishwaryam, people can become lazy, take him for granted, and not establish themselves in the truth and suffer after he leaves the body, which happened to the Yadava community. Understand? Whole Dwarka, Yadavas, they all were in ecstasy when Krishna was in the body. But unfortunately, the abhayam, sharanam, and aishwaryam, the abhayam, the refuge he gives, and sharanam, the moment you touch his feet, any problem you have disappears and dissolves. So you don't understand the problems can haunt you. The problems never look as problems as long as his sharanam is there. You are at his sharana, at his feet. And aishwaryam, the joy and the abundance in the inner world and the outer world, which he radiates, you lose yourself into it. Unfortunately, if you have not established yourself in that by the proper practice, it's like a huge river flowing. Incarnation is a huge river. But during the rainy season itself, make a small canal and make a tank inside your own land. Make a canal and make a tank inside your land, so that for some reason the river dries up or you are not able to access the river, you have water source. Of course, I am going to be in the body for a long time. That is true. But who knows, you are going to be in the body and around me. So the moment you have the connection, you have the time, opportunity, establish yourself. That is the reason I insist on this morning sadhana. Creating intense yogic body, an intense Vedic mind. Even if you are not there tomorrow here, you should not feel that you lost one day. The best thing you can achieve in one day, you achieve it by the morning sadhana. So your accounts is clear. No, I have not lost anything. So imbibe, fill yourself with that energy through the practice. So you don't feel you lost time, you wasted time, even if you are not around me. It's a very important problem Patanjali is analyzing. Very important problem. Then Bhagavatakara very beautifully says, it's true what Bhagavatakara says. See the Yadava community. The Abhayam, Sharanam, Aishwaryam, in that three they are lost. But the moment Krishna left the body, they are not able to tolerate themselves and their life. And practically, they killed each other so that the others won't suffer. You see, the killing did not happen out of enmity. It's almost like a mercy killing. You kill me, I kill you, let us die. It is like a mass suicide. That's what exactly happened. A mass suicide. Because without the master's physical presence, they do not know what to do. His physical presence is so enchanting and charismatic. Any depression, just get 2 minutes around him, it disappears. Because of that, you take depression very lightly. And you are not centering yourself so that you can live handling all these possible distractions and depressions in future. Understand? This is the only thing which can go wrong around the master. Let that not happen in your life. Save yourself. Let you not be the person to experience that wrong in your life. The only way is practice. Morning 5, whatever it may be there in the Akada for yoga. And bend your body, twist your body, prepare it for the Kundalini awakening. Then sitting in the presence and receiving this intense bliss dose for the day. This should become part of the life for all the people, all our devotees and disciples around the world. One session a day, one sadhana session a day. One sadhana session means morning. Of course, if not in the morning, for other countries, in the evening. Because many country people are saying that they are able to watch live in the evening. So keep evening. The heavy yoga to create yogic body and Pratyaksha Pada Puja. Sit in a complete unclutched, feeling connected way. Unclutched from what is outer world, feeling connected with what is inner. Sit. That is what I can say as Upanishad, the ultimate sitting. Just unclutching or just feeling connected is only two different parts. Unclutching from the unnecessary things, feeling connected to the highest possibility. This is what I call Upanishad. Upanishad is more deeper than Zazen. In Zazen, you sit unclutched. In Upanishad, you melt also with the feeling connection. So, every day, sadhana, Upanishad, and above all, naturally, the intense, inspiring words from the master. So understand, sadhana, practice, is the only way to avoid one of the greatest calamity which can happen around the master, around an incarnation. No other calamity is possible around the master. I tell you, nothing else can be a calamity. I can tell you even the present calamities are created by the people who never did sadhana. We are never doing sadhana. That's the main problem. Then naturally you yourself will feel, oh, so many years I am here, what have I achieved? Others also will ask, so many years you are here, what have you achieved? I will also ask, so many years you are here, what have you achieved? Then falling into the suffering. That suffering becomes hatred. You vomit it on everybody. Understand? Practice. Sadhana. Other than practicing, anything you do is reading, like it's like reading a menu card in the hotel. Oh, 25 menu cards you read, and now you are happy, come back. Your anger is going to disappear. Maybe you will be feeling as if your anger disappeared because of the food smell and reading about a menu and visualizing it and coming out. That is why in Vedic tradition we say, ghosts feel satisfied just by the smell and fantasizing. If you are satisfied with the smell and fantasy and the menu card, you are ghost. You are ghost. So be very clear. You are ghost. Don't be ghost. Be real being. Bring sadhana into your being. Let sadhana be your lifestyle. I bless you all to achieve, experience, live, express, and radiate the eternal bliss. Nithyananda.
Yes. Let's do it. So please stay. Yes. Yes. Stay. Just straight with your head, neck back straight. Then visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. Any thoughts that are coming up, let it come, let it go. You bring your attention back to your third eye again and again. And continuously chant the Maha and experience space. That space. Right? That space. Experience space of oneness. Chanting intensely, chant the Maha. Experience the space of oneness. That space. Declare the object on your hand to vibrate. Let's start the manifestation. Please start chanting the Mahavakya.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now, please go ahead and share this. Comment, share, business, matter, and description. All the sacred secrets, scriptures, break them. Means
Yes, now Now, let's learn about the Patanjali Yoga Sutras. Before the time of Patanjali, entering into different states of consciousness was an accident or a miracle. There was no logic. Patanjali made it as a science, showed the possibility of consciously working for it and achieving it. Patanjali is the first master who explored, experimented, experienced, and expressed the whole thing in clear terms. Patanjali is the greatest spiritual scientist and master who expressed the pure spiritual science, and he created a spiritual tradition without any belief system, without any faith or assumptions. It is simple and direct truth that can be experienced directly. Directly or indirectly, all the religions are influenced by this great master. Patanjali has given a beautiful 199 sutras describing the whole science of yoga, uniting the individual consciousness with the universal consciousness. These sutras can be transferred from an enlightened being to a disciple. Only then the true meaning is revealed. Without enlightenment, these sutras can be misinterpreted, misunderstood, and misused. So Patanjali describes the space of now. Only if you come to now, come to the present, will you be able to experience yoga. When you come to the space of now, this moment, the yoga can happen to you. Now, let's listen one of the Patanjali Yoga Sutras, where he explains the power of practice. Let's listen to the practice, the power of practice.
I'll read the sutra, give you the translation, then add what needs to be added. Let's enter into the 14th sutra. Sadudirgha kala nairantarya satkara sevito drudo bhumihi druda bhumihi. Translation: committed and intense practice of unclutching makes one firmly established in a higher state of awareness. This book, each aphorism, each sutra can create a religion. Each sutra is independently intelligent to lead a person to enlightenment. Please understand. The word yoga means uniting with the ultimate. In Bhagavad Gita, each chapter is called as yogam, means each chapter can independently lead you to enlightenment. So he talks about 18 different paths. When Krishna delivered Bhagavad Gita, whatever major paths were available for enlightenment, he has compiled everything and presented it in one book. 18 major paths for enlightenment. It describes and leads people to enlightenment through various ways. That is why each chapter is called one yoga. Here, Patanjali, the amazing intellect happened in the inner science. Each sutra is independently intelligent to lead you to enlightenment. Each sutra is independently intelligent to lead you to enlightenment. I can say each sutra is a yoga in this Patanjali's work. Let me repeat the sutra. Satu dirgha kala nairantarya satkara sevita satkara sevito druda bhumihi Sadudirka kala nairantarya satkara sevita druda bhumihi. Committed an intense practice of unclenching makes one firmly established in a higher state of awareness. There are so many different kinds of religions, spiritual philosophies, spiritual groups happened in the planet Earth. Different kinds of teachings have been shared in the planet Earth. Different kinds of spiritual literatures has been created. Millions and millions of books. Sometimes when I go and see the Barnes and Noble or Landmark bookshop, I feel, oh God, why should I add a little more confusion? Why should I add a little more to the existing confusion? So much of spiritual literature. Because of website, internet, you can see how much is available in one place. So much is available. And from the time immemorial, all the masters, they go on and on and on and on and on, talking and producing spiritual literatures. Not only the masters of the past, even the present masters. Even all of us, continuously we are talking. We are producing spiritual material. If I honestly look inside and see why I am talking, see, if I find out the reason why I am continuously talking every day and sharing, I can easily tell the reason why Buddha was talking for 40 years. Buddha was teaching and preaching for 40 years every day. Every day he was talking and preaching for 40 years. And all other masters happened. Shankara, he was writing. Within the age of 32, he has finished establishing strong 4 monasteries and maybe writing 200 volumes. If I look inside and find out the reason why I am talking and writing, then I can very clearly tell you why the masters go on writing and talking. The only reason I can find is constantly make you practice. Please understand. The spiritual path is such, Krishna says beautifully in Gita, by the nature, senses are created looking towards the outside, looking in the outer world direction. So turning you towards the enlightenment, turning you to your source is not that easy. Every moment you are again out. If you listen to some book, the spiritual discourse, satsang, or read, few minutes you turn inside. By the time the satsang is over, you are already out. By the time the ideas leave your mind, you are already out. Constantly you need to be inspired to turn in, to go inside. That is why the masters, they go on and on and on, talking and writing. Last 6 years, I have spoken more than 5,000 hours. More than 500 volumes are already transcribed. And my archives department says only 17% they have transcribed. Only 17% of what I have spoken, I have delivered, is transcribed and out in the form of books. Only 20% is edited and published. and still I am adding material every day. Sometimes I wonder why. Then I realize continuously human beings need to be told, look in, look in, look in, look in, look in. Turn in, turn in, turn in, turn in. With various words, with various techniques, with various jokes, with various stories, in different forms, constantly human beings need to be reminded. Human beings need to be told, look in, turn in, live enlightenment. That is the reason all the spiritual masters and leaders, they go on and on and on. The largest spiritual literature in the planet Earth exists in Sanskrit language. I don't know how many libraries you can fit in. Everything is collected. I don't know how many libraries you can make out of those collections. It's nothing but continuous expressions and discourses of the living masters, the masters who lived in the body, who are teaching to the world. This sutra gives the reason why masters are continuously talking, why spiritual literatures are continuously produced. This sutra is all about constantly inspiring you, constantly practicing. See, if I have to give the essence of all the spiritual literatures, sometime if you read Buddha's teachings, even Bhagavad Gita, Shiva Sutras, you will feel many ideas are repeated. Many ideas are repeated. Even in my discourse, people come and tell me sometimes, Swamiji, you are saying the same idea. I am telling the same because you are not listening. Understand? I have to tell the same thing because you are not listening. Somebody asked Buddha, you are talking the same thing for last 40 years. He says, if you would have heard, I would have never spoken it again. The truth is only one thing. But constantly it is told again and again and again and again through different ways, through different methods, in different languages, with different understanding. If I had to give the essence of everything, what Buddha taught, what Shankara taught, what Krishna taught, what Jesus taught, what Muhammad taught, what Zarathustra taught, what all these great masters taught, the essence of everything, why they have to continuously repeat again and again and again. The essence, the reason for the continuous repetition is this one sutra. Please understand, Patanjali is the only master who is not repeating the same ideas again and again. Because in this one sutra, he says very clearly why things should be repeated. Very clearly explains why things should be repeated. After that, he says, now I respect your intelligence, I am not going to repeat anymore. The reason for repetition is we forget. We forget. Why again and again all the masters go on and on and on repeating the same thing? This one sutra, if this one sutra is understood, you will understand why the masters are repeating the same thing again and again. Sometimes same words again and again, without feeling bored. That is the greatness of them. That is the greatness. I have conducted 200 ASPs and more than 200 NSPs. Our libraries program, first level and second level. First level program, second level program, hundreds of times. You see the audio recording or video recording, it will be almost literally repeating. People ask me, how are you able to repeat the same thing day in and day out, Swami? Are you not feeling bored? I tell them, every time I repeat, there's a new crowd in front of me. And not only that, Even if the old people are sitting, they have forgotten. If they know that what I am talking is repetition, only then I will feel little reluctant or bored. Either they have not heard, or even if they heard, they have forgotten. Patanjali gives the essence why again and again and again these truths are repeated. Committed and intense practice of unclutching makes one firmly established in a higher state of awareness. Committed. Beautiful word. Dirgha kalaha. Nairantarya. Dirgha kalaha. The literal translation is long time. But Patanjali doesn't mean to say that you should go on and on and on practicing. Sometimes people come and ask me. The word long time practice almost seems to be like a word used to cheat us. It's like you give a technique and tell him practice forever. It can be like cheating. I'll be blowing my nose every day for 35 years. By the time I come back and ask you, you will not be there. People ask me, is it not like cheating? Please understand, here Patanjali is not interested in cheating you. No. When he uses the word long time, he wants you just to be mentally strong. That's all. Even if it is long time, I am ready to do. That strength. Actually, once you have an idea, I am going to do it for a long time. Suddenly you will see that intensity awakens you this moment. Beautiful story. Every day, day in and day out, Buddha was meditating for more than 12 years. Morning he will sit till late night. Next day morning again he will sit till late night. Day in and day out, nothing was happening. The story says, one day he decided, Itam asanam sushyate sariram. Let the body disappear, evaporate in this posture. How many days I don't know. How long I don't know. I am going to sit till I achieve enlightenment. I am not going to be bothered about the time. I am ready to sit dirgha kalaha. Please understand that word dirgha kala means not just long time. Deciding forever. Buddha decides, I am going to sit forever. Understand? Time is after all psychological. Time is after all psychological. The story says, the moment he decided he will sit forever, that moment he just became enlightened. Because all he needed was that intensity. Usually when you sit in meditation, having an idea, I'll get up after 2 hours. Your mind will be just waiting for the 2 hours to end. That's all. You will not be meditating. You will not be in the present moment. If you have an idea, I'll sit till tomorrow morning. Your mind will be waiting for next day morning. It will not be in the present moment. When Buddha decided that I am going to sit forever, he decided I am not going to get up. So mind has no goal to go. Mind has no goal. When it has no goal, it just fell back to the present moment and he became enlightened. Here, when Patanjali says dirgha kalaha, long time, that is what he means. Decide, I am going to do it forever. Then suddenly you will see, you fall into the present moment. Time is after all psychological. Patanjali knows our mind, how our mind thinks, how our mind functions. I have seen people, when they sit for the meditation, that half an hour will look almost like 10 days for them. Really. In Vedic tradition, the time is calculated as gap between one thought and the other thought. That is the kshana, 1 unit. In our tradition, we don't have the physical time. The Vedic tradition, the more importance was given to the psychological time, not to the chronological time. So even the unit of time, one unit is not 1 second, 1 kshana. The kshana is defined as gap between one thought and the other thought. If you are a meditator, person living in a high awareness, high frequency, 1 kshana can be even 1 hour or 2 hours or 1 day for you. If you are living restless, agitated, irritated, usual mood, 1 kshana can be micro millisecond for you. It depends on person, please understand. It depends on your awareness, frequency. That's a story. I have a story for you. One woman goes to the doctor. Doctor says, you have only 6 months to live. She was shocked. Oh God, can anything be done? He says, all right, marry an accountant. She asked, will that cure me? Will I become all right? No, don't worry. The 6 months will seem too longer. Time is psychological. You can see in your life, if you are sitting with somebody whom you feel connected, love, reverence, you don't know how time flies. Suddenly after a few hours, you realize few hours are gone. If you are sitting with somebody boring, irritated, every 2-3 minutes you will see a watch. But time is not moving. Time is psychological. If you are in high frequency, 1 year will look like 1 day, not because you are forgetting the things. Understand? You start forgetting things also, 1 year will, not 1 year, 10 years will look like 1 day. I am not talking about the people who forget things. That is lower level of consciousness. I am talking about the people who are in a heightened level of awareness. For them, our 1 year will be just 1 day because the gap between one thought and other thought is more. So our chronological time does not match with them. That is why in the Vedic tradition, the God's calendar is different from human beings' calendar. For us, 1 year is 1 day for them. That is why the temple created by Patanjali, this great master, created a temple in South India, the dancing Shiva's temple. Of course, in Seattle, we have dancing Shiva in our Vedic temple. Nataraja. In the temple, they do only 6 worship per year, only 6 times service, because the temple follows the God's calendar. It was created by a being who is in high frequency, high consciousness. They follow their calendar. The temple follows their calendar. Only 6 times the sacred bath is done, because our 1 year is 1 day for them. In other temples, every day 6 services are done, sacred bath is done. The temples which are run as per the human calendar. This temple was run as per the God's calendar. So once a year, only 6 times, the sacred bath is given. This shows actually the time space in which Patanjali was living. He says here, Dirgha Galaha. Please understand, this is the key of the sutra. This is the key of the sutra. Many times people ask me, Swamiji, what is the beginning of a spiritual practice? What is the end of the spiritual practice? I tell them there is no such thing as beginning or end. Beginning and end are same. Now, all you need to have is intensity. See, if that intensity happens, eternally this is going to be my life. Suddenly you will see, you will not bother about the end. You will be in the end now. You will be in the present moment. See, meditation is all about penetrating the mind and going beyond mind. As long as you have an idea about future, your mind will continue to survive, continue to be alive. If you decide next 12 years I will meditate, be very clear, your mind will be waiting just for the 12 years to pass. So you will never meditate. You will be waiting for the 12 years, that's all. Afterwards, you may boast, you may just brag around, 12 years I am waiting, 12 years I'm meditating. Do you know? I'm a seeker for last 35 years. Actually, there's nothing to brag about it in that. It's a shame. People come and tell me many times, these great intellectuals, well read, filled with knowledge, they come to me and say, my experience is your age. I just ask them, what were you doing so many years? It is not pride. Please understand, this is the way your mind cheats. As long as you sit with a particular technique, you think you will do for so many days, so many hours, till some time. There is a end, there is a boundary. Be very clear. Till there is a boundary, you are bound. Your mind will not come back to the present moment. It will be just waiting. All right, 12 years I will practice, then I will question you. 12 years I will see, I will do it, then I will see whether anything has happened or not. It is like, just because of your own mind, you do not allow that to happen. You do not allow that to happen. You can see even in your day-to-day meditation. When you sit and start the Nithyananda, the chaotic breathing, you will be just waiting when the Guru Puja will start. I have seen. The moment they start the chaotic breathing, after 2-3 times, when the Guru Puja mantra will start. Understand, as long as your mind knows there is going to be end for this activity, it will continue to survive and cheat you. It will continue to postpone, play the game with you. It will continuously play the game. It will postpone. It will cheat. It will play all possible games. So when Patanjali says, Dirgha Kalaha, long time, even long time word should not be understood chronologically. See, long time, immediately you understand, 100 years, 200 years. No. Dirgha Kalaha, it should not be understood in a horizontal way, in a vertical way. See, as long as you measure time horizontally, 20 years, 30 years, 50 years, 60 years, your mind will continue to survive. It will have that hope. After 20 years, what happens? Let me see. After 30 years of doing pranayama, what happens? Let me see. After 25 years of meditations, what happens? Let me see. It will be waiting. It will survive just with this one idea a long time. Very beautifully, Shankara says, Kalpakala Paryantam. He says, even for ages, if you are doing idol worship, just ritualistic, following some rituals and techniques, without understanding the true spirit, without understanding the true purpose, without understanding the truth behind, you will be just stuck. Understand? Any technique, without understanding, if you are doing for ages and ages and ages, you will be the same. Just like Buddha was struggling. See, a person like Buddha, strong being like a Buddha, it is not ordinary thing to renounce your wife and kids, especially good wife, who was really taking care of you, and a kingdom who is under your control. The whole kingdom is under his control. It is not that people are rebelling. He has a lot of problems. He was not able to administer. No. The whole thing was completely under his control. Best things his father took care that he should not even know that leaves in the tree withers away, because all the fallen leaves will be collected in the night and cleaned. His father took care that Buddha should never hear about old age, disease and death, because the father was told by astrologers, family astrologers, that this boy will become a sannyasi, monk. He will renounce the world. Father was frightened. Only one child. What will happen to kingdom? So he took care that this guy should never think about future. This guy should never think about things of the world. He never allowed Buddha to see the fallen leaf or old dried flower, nothing. All that leaves and the fallen flowers will be collected and cleaned in the garden in the night time. Buddha is sleeping. All the best things of the world is available. It's not that easy to renounce the palace and the comfort, luxury, wife and kids, child, one son. It's not that easy. It is very easy to talk and think. People ask me, Swamiji, can I be here? Can I be in the house and get enlightened? What to do? I have to console them. I cannot tell straight away. It will be too rough. I cannot say, no, leave everything, give up everything, go to Himalayas. No, it will be too. Usually, when I say drop smoking, they drop me. So I have to compromise a little bit. Anyhow, here, Buddha is a guy who will not compromise with the truth. He was all out. He knows this has to be achieved. This has to be done. And he left everything. That is his not only first priority, that is the only priority. If the enlightenment is the first priority, you can have second priorities, third priorities. But with Buddha, that is the only priority. Then naturally, nothing else. It just disappears. Even a man like Buddha, 12 years he wasted. If you would have understood this one sutra, I don't think there is a need to waste 12 years. Understand, masters go on and on and on, teaching and writing, because you don't understand this one sutra. If this one sutra is understood, neither they need to waste their time by constantly talking and writing, nor you need to waste your time by constantly listening and reading. Dirghakalaha, this one sutra, one word, one key from Patanjali needs to be understood. When Patanjali says Dirghakala, means literally if you translate, it becomes long time. It is not even long time in this horizontal way. You need to understand in the vertical way. See, when he says long time, don't think he is asking you to practice for 12 years, 20 years, 30 years. Just decide you are going to practice forever. Suddenly you will fall into the present moment because your mind will not be waiting. When will that time end? Then I can relax from practicing. Because your mind always wants some change. As long as there is a hope for change, your mind will continue to survive. For example, if you decide, next 12 years, morning 7 o'clock, I'll sit in Nithyananda. Your mind will wait for the 12 years to get completed. It will say, oh, 12 years. Then after the 12 years, I can be relaxed. I will be enlightened or I will be whatever. I can relax. It will wait. Every day it will push. 1 day over, 1 day over, 1 day over. Now only 7 more years. Now only 6 more years. Now only 5 more years. It will continue to survive with this one hope. If I do it for 12 years, I'll have this or I'll have that. I'll enjoy that. Then I don't need to do this. But if you decide forever, as long as I am alive, morning 7 o'clock, I'm going to do this meditation. Suddenly you will see, mind has no other go. It will just fall into the present moment. It knows, anyhow, every day, morning, I have to meditate. Then better, let us do it now itself intensely. That is what happened for Buddha. As long as you are thinking, till tomorrow morning, I'll meditate. Morning, I'll relax for some time. Then mind is waiting for that relaxation period. It knows there is a change. There is going to be a change. There is going to be hope. As long as there is a hope for change, your mind will continue to survive. It will be alive. Just that very hope keeps it alive. One day, Buddha understood this. That click has happened. This click has happened for me in Varanasi. Let me describe how it happened in me. This Dirghakalaha. Buddha suddenly realized, what am I missing? Day in and day out, I am sitting, meditating. What am I missing? Actually, if you are a professional seeker, you can understand what I am saying. This sutra is for the the highly evolved seekers. You can understand what I am saying. Buddha started looking inside. What is going on? I'm meditating whole day. How my mind is still alive? How is it surviving? Suddenly he realized just that one idea. Till tomorrow morning, till late night, I'll meditate. Then I can relax. Morning, I'll go for a walk, come back and sit and meditate again. He realized that idea. There is a hope. There can be a change. That is what keeping him. That is what keeping his mind alive and active. Mind is a great accountant. Please understand. He's a great accountant. This guy knows all maths and all plays, all games. When what need to be told to your mind or told to you, how to play with you. He knows all the games. Buddha understood this one idea that is responsible for my continuous struggle. He decides, no more. No more change. This pressure of the practice is going to be on me forever. This is going to be my life. That is where the Dirgha Gala happened. Please understand, long time. He decided, no question of long time. I am going to do this forever. The moment you decide forever, the hope, after this, I don't have to do this. After this many years, I don't have to practice. That is not there. Your mind knows God. And especially a person like Buddha, when he decides, he decides. If he decides, he means. He's not going to play games. He means. Mind got completely frightened. Oh God, what happened? Now he says forever. So he's going to do forever. So there is no hope. There's no change. There is no possibility for the future. This pressure of a technique, pressure of meditation is going to be there on me forever. So naturally, just it came back to the present moment because there's nothing to search in the future. It just came back to the present moment and practice ended. Practice ended. Anybody wants to end your spiritual practice, all you need to do is decide strongly you are going to practice forever. That's all. It looks very paradoxical. Decide you are going to do it forever. There is no change. There is no gap. There is no getting up. There is no break. This is going to be your life. Suddenly, practice will end. It will end. This is the one and only way if you want to end your practice. Till you decide you are going to be doing this practice forever, you can never end the practice. I was traveling continuously all over India, meditating. Usually, I'll stay in the burial grounds and sit and meditate. People ask me, why do you stay in burial grounds? Because I don't need to reserve. There is no need for reservation. And nobody will come there. Indian burial grounds are not like this country. You don't have to imagine like this country. It's an open place, anybody. It's not protected or maintained. So nobody will come and disturb you. You can just quietly sitting and meditating. People ask me, Swamiji, have you never been disturbed by ghosts or spirits? I tell them, dead people never disturb others. Only living human beings disturb others. I never had any disturbance from the dead people. They are there happily, I am there happily. Every day, I used to sit and meditate in the burial grounds. The Vedic tradition, they say if you sit and meditate in burial grounds, you will constantly remember and meditate on death. And going through your own internal death is the way for enlightenment. That is the only way for enlightenment. Going through that psychological death is way for transformation and enlightenment. I was trying for years. Every time I sit, I'll sit with idea. All right, I'll sit today whole night. Tomorrow morning, I'll go out for buy food, come back and sit. This was the same thing I was doing. One day, when I was sitting in Varanasi, Manikarnika Ghat, the place where Hundreds of dead bodies are burnt every day. And Indians believe dying in Varanasi leads you to enlightenment. So all the people, the moment they retire from their responsibilities, they'll go and settle in Varanasi. It's a retirement community filled with old people waiting to die. The whole city, if you see, India is a very young country. Majority of the Indians are between 18 to 40, the youngest country in the world. Majority, more than 50% are between 18 to 40 youngsters. But this city, I can say 80% is above 80, at least above 70. Old people waiting to die. And this is the place where all the dead bodies will be burned, Manikarnika Ghat. I was sitting there. I saw some dead bodies being burned. Suddenly, the click, God, this body is also going to be burnt like that only. Actually, you will lose respect and fear about death if you see that body is being burnt every time. They don't bring fire from the home. From one fire, they lit the other fire. Whether it rains or shines, it's an eternal fire. It's called Mahasmashana, the ultimate burial ground, ultimate cremation ground. It goes on and on and on. From one body, they light the fire to the other body, continuously. If you are a sincere seeker, really want to know the secrets of death and life, you should go to the Manikarnika Ghat in Varanasi and sit and meditate at least for a few days. When I sat, suddenly the click has happened. God, it is such a simple thing. Just like all these bodies are being burnt, this body also will be burnt one day, that's all. There is nothing much big. No need to make a big fuss about death, life, and all those foolish things. It's just dust unto dust. Nothing else. Then I thought, every day I'm meditating on death, meditating in burial ground, but still why I'm not able to experience that internal psychological death. I'm not talking about physical death. Physical death is different. The psychological death is different. If you experience psychological death, suddenly you will see you are enlightened. I thought, why I'm not able to experience? Then I decided, either this body should die and I should experience death, or I should have death experience by meditation. I decided to sit. I decided I'll sit and meditate on death till I have the death experience, that internal death experience. If I am not having that experience, I'll continue. It knows all your games. It knows how many times you cheated. It knows how many times you came out of your own will. It knows how many times you changed, you altered, you corrected, you found a fine print. For your own will, you have a fine print below. And after 2-3 hours, when you are tired of the will, you read the fine print and say, it's okay, I think I can. I did not believe me. But somehow, the will was very strong. One day was over. Second day also over. No food, no sleep, no 1, 2, 3, nothing. Just sitting. Third day, the whole body is practically frozen because of pain. Just body wants to move, but I said, no, nothing doing. No question of moving. You don't move, just sit like this. The whole body will feel like a frozen with pain. Suddenly, my whole being realized I am serious about my will. I am really serious about my will. Suddenly, my whole being realized I am going to do it. I myself got convinced about my willpower. I myself realized I am going to sit. First when I sat, my mind did not believe and said, all right, let's see. Struggle how much you can. After all, you are a good guy struggling for the last 10 years. Try once more, nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong in trying. Chalo, try. Next day morning, it felt little sympathetic. Fellow is really trying, struggling. Odd. By third day noon, it got completely convinced. The power which was resisting has lost its hold on the consciousness. The constant doubt which was there, saying, no, 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 once he is tired, he will come out. Once he is hungry, he will get up and go for food, relax. Once this fellow is feeling the hunger, everything will become all right. That part is died. Suddenly, my own being felt so strongly convinced, I am going to sit. Still, I remember very clearly. One thought, a clear thought, I am going to sit eternally. Dirkagalaha, forever. Understand? When the Patanjali uses the word Dirkakalaha, I don't even want that word to be understood as a long time. I wanted you to understand that word, forever. The moment I decided forever, instead of the mind moving in a horizontal, linear way, see, if you say long time, your mind will naturally move linear way. Long time means how many years? Come on, tell me. The moment I say, all right, let me sit for 10 years, then it will be waiting. All right, 10 years I will sit, let us sit. And after 10 years, I can come out. So just for that, just because that hope is there, it will not fall into unconsciousness. It will continue to retain its identity because it knows after 10 years, it can come back and play its game. The hope is there. Because the idea of time is created by mind. It's nothing but its own, you see, it's like you create a track out of steel and create a train out of steel. The steel train moves on the steel track. So mind, one part of mind is the time. So the moment you created a time, now the mind can be alive forever. It knows, hey, it's my own track. Let me travel, let me move, let me be. But the moment I decided eternally, mind has lost its grip over time. And it knows, oh God, I think this fellow really means. He really means what he is talking or what he is thinking. The moment you give that confidence to mind, that I am going to be doing it eternally, suddenly it gets shaken, it gets frightened, and it comes back to the present moment. Because it knows, I have to be doing this forever. There is no, you see, your mind exists with only one idea. It tolerates anything if it knows it is going to end. It has the ability to tolerate anything and survive anything if it knows that action is going to end. Any action, any idea, any meditation, any technique, if it knows there is going to be end, it will survive, it will live through. It will live through. Because it knows there is going to be end. Only when you give the clarity, it is going to be Dirka Kalaha. That is why in Indian tradition, whether it is marriage or sannyas, for eternal. Once you take sannyas, it is forever. Once you marry, it is forever. Then mind will stop playing its games. See, the moment you have a freedom, oh, I think anyhow, I am going to divorce. Why tomorrow? Let me do it today. The moment you know you have a freedom, always you will think, why tomorrow? Why postpone? Let's do now. But if you know, no, this is going to be my life, then you know, anyhow, I have to live. Let me now work it out. So your idea about future plays a major role on your life in the present. Your idea about future plays a major role in your action about the present. If you know that this is your life, the Vedic tradition, during marriage, the vows you take, the vow says, till the fire is there in your stomach, means till you are alive. These vows are taken. Means what? You know, you have to live for till death. So naturally, you adjust, your mind starts getting adjusted. Your mind starts getting settled with this mental setup. From the beginning, you know, I cannot unnecessarily create confusions. I can't afford it. I have to be careful. Even if there is something wrong, I have to start connecting. I have to start healing. I have to be respectful. I have to be loving. So from the beginning, the mental setup gets trained. Please understand. People ask me, Swamiji, is the divorce not a big freedom? See, I am not judging whether divorce should be there or should not be there, or it is a freedom, or it is a right or wrong, and all those things. All I can say, the idea which you carry about yourself, your mind, your life is very, very important. That is going to decide about your action. I tell you. The idea which you have about your body and your mind is the best friend or worst enemy for you. Best friend or worst enemy. If you have the right idea about your body and mind, that's the best friend for you. If you have the worst idea about your body and mind, that is the worst enemy for you. I've seen all various types of cultures, civilizations. The kids who are given right understanding and idea about their body and mind, they not only live long, they live happily. Happiness, bliss, joy, health, all these things are nothing but an idea you carry about your body and mind from the young age. I have seen your idea about future creating miracles inside the body, physical body. Even in the physical body, it creates miracles. It does miracles. The yogi with whom I learned this yoga and Patanjali, I have seen him displaying all kinds of extraordinary powers, because he is very clear, till he achieves that powers, he is going to be practicing. So what mind does? Your mind is intelligent. It can express any power. Mind immediately decides, oh God, this fellow is going to torture me with the practice till I reveal the powers to him. Better let me give it now itself. It tries to play with you without giving power and trying to break your practice. If you give a strong idea to your mind, no, you are going to practice till it gives you the power. Suddenly it gets frightened and it says, I know this fellow is going to torture me by doing everything. Let me better give the power now itself. That day, the moment I was able to convince myself, I am going to sit, my whole being was completely convinced. I could see very clearly from the root of the spine, that pain spreading all over the body, cruciating pain, requesting me, please move the body a little bit and adjust. I was sitting for 2.5 days, no food, and I did not even know 2.5 days passed. Only later on I calculated. Later on I was able to calculate. I did not even know 2.5 days passed. I just decided, who cares about time and everything? I'm going to sit, that's all. The backbone, the spine is begging me, just adjust the legs a little bit. Adjust so that the blood flow will become a little easy. At least adjust your hand. Let me check whether I'm alive or not. It's literally begging me. But I could see very clearly, my sankalpa will say, I am going to sit. There is no question of moving. The moment this will, that strong will, it says clearly, Dirka Kala, I am going to sit eternally. When that conviction landed on my being, I could see very clearly that pain which was there all over the body, every joint I was able to feel, every nerve I was able to feel, because sitting continuously, what will happen? The whole body just slowly started disappearing. The moment it learned, the practice is going to be eternal, Tirtha Kalaha, eternal, the mind started withdrawing. It decided, now I cannot survive. Now I cannot survive. Now I cannot stand. See, if you have some visualization for your mind, if you say 12 years, after 12 years, I'll get up, it will wait. It will survive for 12 years. Anyway, I'm going to get up after 12 years. Let me push the time, push the time, push the time. It will be sitting and altering your clock. No, really, if you fall in love with somebody and you are waiting to meet that person next day morning, you can see late night, you'll be sitting and adjusting the clock. When will the time become 4 o'clock, morning, early morning? I can get up and get ready and go and wait in the park. You'll be just waiting. Mind is intelligent. It can push the clock. It can push the time. But when you say the word Dirka Kala, eternal, it is going to be eternally this way only. Suddenly, it gets adjusted. It gets adjusted. And it came back to the present moment and said, all right, I cooperate with you. And dissolve. That strong, the internal death experience happened. Understand? When Patanjali says, he says, for a long time, without interval, without interruption, practice so that you can firmly be grounded. He doesn't mean, actually, when he says this long time, he is not depressing you. People come and ask me. This long time word is misunderstood and responsible for all the confusions which is there in the yoga world. Almost every interpretation has given a meaning, different or wrong meaning to this word. The moment you say long time, they say 12 years, 9 years, 7 years, 10 years. But I am not asking you to practice for long time means 10 years, 7 years, 6 years. No. Decide. You will live, you are going to practice eternally. You will achieve it now. You will achieve it now. Ability to convince your inner space, you are going to do this forever, is what you need to learn through this sutra. Let me give you the translation again. Committed and intense practice of unclutching makes one firmly established in a higher state of awareness. Dirkakala and Nairantarya means long time and unbroken. Mind is a great accountant. He can play all accounts game with you. And Patanjali is aware of that. That is why he wants you with the right words. He wants you with he is warning you with the right words. Please understand. Any practice you do, decide with this one attitude. People ask me, this is a FAQ. Again and again people ask me, how many years I should unclutch to get enlightened? How many years I should unclutch to get enlightened? Unclutching is the ultimate technique for enlightenment. Whenever I say, continue to unclutch, continue to unclutch, continue to unclutch, they ask me, Swamiji, is it 1 year or 2 years or 3 years? How many years I should unclutch to become enlightened? Understand, decide, you are going to be unclutching forever. The moment you decide, you are going to be unclutching forever, you will be unclutched this moment. Because your mind knows this is going to be its routine. See, your mind thrives with changes and or hope for a change. If your mind knows for sure, I am going to be unclutching as long as I am alive, it will decide, better let me die now. Then why to be, if it has a hope after 12 years of unclutching, you don't need to practice unclutching. Then it knows, oh, after 12 years, there is a change. Because it thrives on change. It thrives on different things. That is why so much of desire for enlightenment, entertainment, sorry. So much of desire for entertainment, even enlightenment, you think it's a change. That is why you want it. So much of desire for entertainment. People go on, try to find some entertainment because it's a change. Even inside entertainment, different. Every 3 minutes, you change the channel. In 15 minutes, you go one full round and come back. Because mind thrives on change. Mind thrives on change. When you know there is no possibility for change, suddenly you will see it just dies. It disappears. It leaves. When you decide there is not going to be any change, suddenly, in an unexpected way, mind is killed. If you decide strongly, you are going to unclutch forever. This moment, you will be unclutched. This moment, you will be unclutched. In a very unexpected way, mind will disappear. I have a story for you. A man goes into a bar and admires the stuffed lion's head mounted on the wall. What a great trophy, says the man to the bartender. That guy says, I would not call it great. The damn lion killed my wife. This guy asks, oh, is it so? You are on a safari in Africa, or you are on a safari somewhere, or hunting in the forest? Bartender says, no, it fell on her head. Understand, many times death comes in an unexpected way. If you decide that you are going to be unclutching forever, the death of the mind comes unexpected way, this moment. And suddenly mind settles all the accounts. See, if it knows it is going to be here forever, it continues to use the credit card. And using the credit card is the best way to be here. And the moment it knows, no, it's not going to be here, it suddenly settles all the accounts. It starts unclutching, relaxing, settling. Committed and intense practice of unclutching makes one firmly established in a higher state of awareness. I can say, in the world, there are different kinds of knowledge. There are some kind, just by listening to that knowledge, you will have benefit of it. There are some kind of knowledge, if you have access to it whenever you need, you will have benefit out of it. Some knowledge, just by listening, once understanding, you will have benefit. Some, you need to again and again work with it. You need access to that knowledge to have benefit. There is some knowledge, only when you practice, you will have benefit. Spiritual knowledge is the third type. You need to practice, live, practice, no other way. People come and ask me, is there any shortcut, Swamiji? I tell them the one and only shortcut is practice, practice, practice. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. The shortest way is being straight. Practice, nothing else. If you want the transformation, practice is the only way. How much ever you hear, how much ever you talk, how much ever you discuss, nothing can be done. Only one way, practice. And clearly telling your mind, you are going to practice eternally with unclutching. As long as you have a hope, you can stop unclutching at certain point. Your mind will continue to exist, waiting for that point. The moment you decide, no, I am going to unclutch forever, suddenly your mind disappears. It loses its power over you. I have one more story. 2 accountants are in a bar when armed robbers burst in. The robbers line the customers up against a wall and proceed to take their wallets, watches, etc. The first accountant slips something into the second accountant's hand and whispers, here is the $50 I owe you. When you know it is going to be taken away, you settle the accounts by yourself. Your mind is also the first accountant. When it knows nothing can be done, it has lost all its grounds, it just settles all the accounts. As long as it has a hope, it can flow, it flows. When there is no hope, It just settles. So all you need to understand is this one truth. Only this one truth. Today I don't want to add too many ideas. I want you to understand this one truth. Dirkakala Nairantarya means eternal, unbroken. Decide today. Eternally, forever, I am going to practice unclutching. There is not going to be any gap, whether I am walking or talking or sitting or whatever I may be doing. I am going to unclutch from whatever is happening inside me. Whether I am walking or talking or sitting or sleeping or dreaming or daydreaming, these are the 5 modifications of the mind: right knowledge, wrong knowledge, and imagination, sleep, memory. These are the 5 modifications constantly happening in you. Whatever modification may happen inside me, I am going to unclutch. That clarity, that understanding, if you bring it, suddenly you will see all your negativity will lose its power over you. See, your depression has a power over you as long as you believe it can come again and again to you. If you are very strong, let the depression come. How many times let it come? I am going to unclutch. Suddenly it loses its grip over you. It loses its grip over you. If the depression knows it can really put you in depression, it again and again repeats. If it knows you are going to unclutch again and again, how many times it tries, it struggles, you are going to unclutch. Suddenly it will stop trying. Nobody wants to fight losing war, including your depression. Your whole life is nothing but a war between you and your mind. It's a war between you and your mind. So the moment you know, the moment you are aware, the moment you are awakened to this one truth, understand, please understand this one truth. Decide whatever may happen, I am going to unclutch. I tell you, that moment is what I call enlightenment. If you decide that this moment, whatever may happen in my life, I am going to be continuously practicing unclutching. Suddenly, then whatever is going to happen, I am going to practice unclutching. Then why should I have fear? Why should I bother about anything else? Why should I have any fear or any idea about anything? You will see, mind just unclutches. Mind just unclutches. So, I want you to fill with this one idea. I want to fill you with this one idea. I want you to be filled with this one idea. Decide today, from this moment, whatever may happen, I'll continue to unclutch. I am going to have the constant, intense practice. Dirkakala Nairantarya. Committed and intense practice of unclutching. This very decision will unclutch you. After practicing is secondary. This very decision will unclutch you, will solve everything. The moment you take this decision, your mind will start moving, saying, no, no, no. If that depression comes, you can't unclutch. If this fear comes, you can't unclutch. If this desire comes, you won't be able to unclutch. It will tease you. You say, no, I am going to be unclutching constantly. Whatever may come, I am going to be unclutching. Then it will create the fear of death. What will happen if you die? You think you will unclutch? Who will pay your bills? Who will pay your insurance? Who will pay your this? Who will pay that? If you take a strong understanding, if you bring firm understanding, no, whatever it may be, I am going to unclutch. That one strong will, suddenly mind unclutches. Patanjali explains beautifully in the next sutra a deeper method, a deeper layer of the same understanding. Next sutra is about vairagya, the conscious withdrawal. He beautifully describes the deeper layer of this technique. The conscious withdrawal from the objects of the senses of the body, mind and spirit. He explains about the conscious withdrawal for this eternal unclutching. We'll see about this idea tomorrow. Go to the deeper layers of this idea tomorrow. Let you be filled with this one understanding that decide that committed an intense practice of unclutching makes one firmly established in a higher state of consciousness. Only that makes you established in a higher state of consciousness. Many people think they are professional seekers, they don't need to practice. I've seen. No, I practiced all kinds of techniques for 10 years, 20 years. Nowadays, I don't practice anything. I just read and go around and listen to some things. Understand? Just because you are senior, don't think. Without practice, things can happen. Maybe in the outer world, it will happen. If you are a senior lawyer, you don't have to do anything. Just have a few juniors, they'll do everything. If you're a senior accountant, you don't have to do anything. Just your juniors will do everything. It will work in the outer world, not in the inner world. I have a story for you. An accountant goes into the pet store. I'll read it out for you. I don't want to miss a word. An accountant goes into a pet store to buy a parrot. The store owner shows him 3 identical parrots on a perch. The parrot on the left costs $500, says the owner. Why does that parrot cost so much? Asks the accountant. It knows how to do complex audits, says the store owner. The guy asks, how much does that middle parrot cost? Asks the accountant. That one costs $1,000, owner replies. He says it can do everything the first one can. Plus, it knows how to prepare financial forecasts. Accountant asks about the third parrot. It costs $4,000. Accountant asks, so what all that one can do? The store owner says, to be honest, I have never seen him do anything. But the other 2 parrots call him as a senior partner. Maybe in the outer world, if you are senior, you don't need to do anything. But in the inner world, practice, practice, practice. Even in our mission, I have seen these guys, the moment they become an organizer or a senior devotee or think that they have become senior devotee, they don't do any meditation. It's okay. Now I have to only teach. Understand, the senior accountant works only in the outer world, not in the inner world. So whoever you may be, practice has to become eternal. Actually, when you decide the practice is eternal, suddenly the whole thing gets unclutched and practice ends there. When practice ends, there will be nobody to practice. As long as there is somebody inside you to practice, practice. As long as there is somebody inside, something going on inside, unclutch. Only there is nothing, then there is no unclutching. When the unclutcher disappears into unclutching, unclutching ends. Till then, unclutching continues, continues, continues. So, continue your unclutching till the unclutcher disappears into unclutching. Let you all achieve this truth and live, radiate, living enlightenment, Jivan Mukti. Let you all achieve and radiate the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you.
share your cognitions from this system now. And now we'll move on to the manifesting, one more round of power manifestation. So please sit straight with your head, neck, back straight line and with your object on the palm. Hold your object on your palm. Bring your awareness to your third eye and fill your inner space with Swamiji's form. Any thoughts that are coming, let it come, let it go. Bring your awareness to your third eye again and again. And with this space, start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Start chanting the Mahavakya. And experience the space of oneness. With that space of oneness, declare the object in your hand to move, to roll, to vibrate. Mm, 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 mm. Mm. Kavi? Kavi Pratap? Kavi Pratap? 3 o'clock, ma. Amma. Oh, 1 minute, please come, ma. Please come. Nithyananda.
परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द 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 परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्या
Nithyananda, everyone. Now, please go ahead and share your power manifestation experience. Please quickly go ahead and share your power manifestation experience. Yes. We are learning the Yoga Spurna, as part of it, we are learning the Patanjali Yoga Sutras also. When you sit with a deep trust with a master and listen to him, there is a gap between the thoughts. Nirodha Parinamaha, the space between the thoughts. That gives you the experience that you are something beyond thoughts. A sincere seeker, a sincere disciple, when he sits with a deep, melting mood with the master, not only the master comes alive with the disciple, disciple comes alive with the master. Both disciple and the master feels fulfilled. An incarnation's physical presence gives refuge, the abhayam, and makes your problems disappear, sharanam, and makes you radiate joy, and when you are around him, the ashivadam. Yoga is not just moving your body, or concentrating your mind. Yoga is the ultimate happening. Patanjali says you are a yogi. Whenever you are in this moment, yoga is happening in you. If you want to be a yogi, just remember this truth. This is the only sutra you need to become a yogi. You remember this truth, you are a yogi. So what are the qualifications to be in yoga? To be in yoga means to be in no mind state. Come to now, to experience you. Mind is not an object, it is an action. Just like how you decide not to talk, you would not talk. Same way, you can stop your mind if you want. One action of your brain is mind. When you experience enlightenment, the object disappears to anirvachaniya, that means indescribable. The reality, as it is seen by people, disappears for enlightened being, but continues to be seen by all other people other than him. One group says, no, it disappears for everybody. And there is another group says, no, it disappears only for him, not for others. So there is one more group says, no, it does not disappear for anyone, not even for him. So even before the person achieves enlightenment, all are not seeing the reality in the same way. So when he becomes enlightened, what is described here, the scene disappears, is not true, or the reality as you understand. When Ganga mixes with ocean, she creates a special kind of land, a unique kind of earth, which actually anyone who stands on it will get sucked into it. Quicksand, unique forest and unique trees growing. That place, and actually in Tamil Nadu also, create where the Kaveri meets the ocean. She creates that kind of land, a special forest grows in that land. This philosophical discussion is the intellectual river merging into the ocean of experience. All major philosophical systems and traditions created in India differs just this one truth, the reality of the illusion, the theory of Maya. Now you can do one exercise where you have not done yoga at the Brahma Muhurta. Now, let's do one internalization exercise. List down 10 reasons you have not done yoga in Brahma Muhurta. You can give various reasons. I went to bed late. Various reasons, you give reasons. Let's do this exercise. Are you all done with the exercise? Yes. Now, Yes, now we are going to learn the Swamiji's explanation on you are unique and infinite. The Patanjali Yoga Sutra.
This one idea, all the civilizational conflicts can be resolved. See, this is the thought trend from which all the civilizations have started raising. You can say this is a basic thought. There are some civilizations which arose out of the thought, everybody is equal. So they tried the law, religion, tradition, customs, culture, everything to be built on that idea. Everybody is equal. There are some civilizations built on this one idea. Everyone is unique. Please understand. If you look a little deep to experience the truth, experientially, as an existence, everyone may be same, but as an expression, everyone is unique. Please understand. As an experience means as an existence, as a consciousness, everyone is same. But as an expression, everyone is unique. So the civilizations which started understanding, which started with a proposal, everyone is unique, has started doing research in the inner space. They started working in the inner space. The civilizations which started with a proposal, everybody is equal, they worked only in the outer world to make things more and more equal. They created politics, they created society, they created outer world civilization. Please understand. You start with an idea, everybody is equal. Then you start questioning too many things. Why somebody should have wealth? Why somebody should have more power? Why somebody should have more opportunity? Then naturally your energy, your intelligence, your vision starts working towards the outer world. You start looking towards the outer world. So you create a civilization which works on the outer world. You create a legal system, civilization, structure, community, culture. Everything depends on that idea. All are equal. The deep truth is, maybe consciously, all are equal, but as an expression, each one of us are unique. When you realize that each one of us are unique, you will realize not only you are unique, you are infinite. Please understand, if you think you are same, as long as you think you are equal, you will be constantly only developing your life, building your life with the person, with the base with whom you are comparing yourself. If you think everyone is equal, with whom you are living, naturally you will feel, I'm equal with him, I'm equal with him, I'm equal with him. You will start building your life based on the idea and understanding you have about them. Whatever you have, your idea you have about them, whatever idea you carry about them, you will start building, yes, I am equal with him. So let me build my life like this. But when you understand, as an expression, you are unique, suddenly you start respecting yourself. You start realizing your potentiality. You start expressing your infinite qualities. You start expressing your infinite dimensions. Usually people ask me, Swamiji, only by comparing, I grow, I expand. But you say comparison is not good. Please understand. If you are comparing and growing, you will grow only up to the level of the person with whom you are comparing yourself. You will not really expand who you are. You will not really achieve who you are. That infinite dimensions will never be experienced, will never be achieved, will never be understood. So here Patanjali is trying to create new civilization. Patanjali is a great master. I can say with his logic and scientific depth is crossing Einstein. With his knowledge about the inner world and the inner space is crossing Mahadeva, Shiva. I can say Shiva and Einstein together is Patanjali, a great logician in the inner science. This whole trip, this whole tour, you all may be aware, I am dedicating it to Patanjali and to express the few truths and many secrets behind Patanjali's Yoga Sutras. Few truths and many secrets are hidden in these great sutras. We will experience these great sutras of Patanjali, maybe 5,000 years old, at least 5,000 years old. Patanjali was born and brought up in South India, a place called Chidambaram. Still, the community created by him is alive, and still the temple is alive, vibrant. I can say one of the place where the worship and the spiritual practice is happening in an unbroken way for last few thousand years. In India, we have a habit. Every day, the priest who is conducting the service, the Vedic temples are not open only on Sundays or any particular days. In Vedic temples, the service, worship, meditation, spiritual practice happens every day. It is supposed to happen every day. So every day the priest who does the service, end of the day, he will sign and receive his salary. That record is called Maniyam. That's a Tamil word. This is the temple which has longest record of Maniyam, something like more than 4,000 years of record. They have unbroken record that every day worship was going on. The thing is, in India, so many cultural invasions happened. So many different civilizations came. So many different religious wars happened, internally and from external. But throughout, somehow they maintained. Means the inspiration created by Patanjali is still alive. The sutras created by Patanjali is still alive. The sutras are preserved without any interpolations in its pure form as uttered by Patanjali. That is why I decided to speak on the sutras. It's such a powerful technique. It can enrich our life as it enriched when Patanjali uttered to his first batch of disciples. It can really enrich our life. There is no expiry date for the sutras. There is no expiration date. They are so alive, so powerful. If you understand, in the consciousness, you are same. All of us are same. As a soul, as a cosmic consciousness, all of us are same. But as an expression, all of us are unique. If you understand this truth, you will go inside and start experiencing the sameness in your inner space. So the Vedic civilization started with this understanding. We are all same as consciousness, but we are unique as expression. In the sutra, Patanjali is trying to reveal some of the great secrets why we are unique in our expressions, why you think the way you think, why you walk the way you walk, why you talk the way you talk, why you do things the way you do things. He is giving us the secret. With this secret, we can handle, live, manipulate our life as we want. Please understand, if you understand this one sutra and internalize, you will be God at least for your life. At least for your life. You will be God at least for your life. Let me enter into the sutra. This is the 19th sutra. Very powerful sutra. Bhava pratyaya videha prakriti layanam. Again, so difficult to translate this sutra. The depth. I have some 12 translations done by different masters, different spiritual heads. I just wanted to give you the glimpse of 2-3 translations. Then I'll give my own translation. Swami Vivekananda's translation says, This samadhi, when not followed by extreme non-attachment, becomes the cause of the remanifestations of the gods and those who become merged in nature. And Taimini is another great spiritual leader. Of those who are Videgas and Prakritilayas, birth is the cause. That is his translation. And then there's another one, Swami Sachidananda, his translation. Those who merely leave their physical bodies and attain the state of celestial deities are those who get merged in nature, have rebirth. Same sutra, different translation. If you don't understand the sutra, don't bother. I've read out the translation for the sake of record. Even I can't understand directly by reading translation. I know for sure you can't understand. Just wanted to read out few different approaches. I tried to use more number of words because the Sanskrit language is such. If you break the words and read, it will give different meaning. If you read as one line, it will give different meaning. If you break first part and last part, it will give a different meaning. I tried to cover 2-3 meaning in my translation by using more words. When body-mind identification is overcome, Videhas, beings at higher state, and Prakritilayas, beings who are one with existence, take birth only due to the seeds of desires that are latent. This is my translation. Let's understand this whole sutra. Bhava pratyayo videha prakritilayana. You can't literally understand this sutra. You need to completely look inside. That is why traditionally, in Vedic tradition, only an enlightened master can comment on these sutras. A person who has experienced Patanjali's consciousness, only when he comments, all the secrets are revealed. And only an enlightened person is authorized to comment on the scriptures. Otherwise, he can only read and recite the commentaries written by earlier enlightened masters. Only if an individual becomes enlightened, he can express. Sometimes, when you try to follow the things literally, you miss the essence. I have a story for you. A man came home from work and noticed that his father seemed to be avoiding the grandchildren. What is the problem? He asked. Normally, you love playing with them. The old man whisked a medicine prescription from his pocket and said, read that label. That is why. The son took the bottle and read the label. Take 2 pills a day, keep away from children. When you literally start following, sometime you miss. So the sutra also can't be understood literally. You need to look inside. The key word in the sutra is Videga Prakritilaya. Let me translate that words. Beings at higher state who don't feel that they are carrying the body, the heaviness of the body. There are another kind of group of people who feel constantly they are one with the nature, who don't feel that they are islands. When I say you are same, equal in the inner space, I mean, as far as the soul is concerned, we are all equal, pure consciousness. But when it comes to the expression, your body, your mind, your intelligence, your understanding, you are unique. What makes us unique? Here, Patanjali is describing, very beautifully is describing. When body-mind identification is overcome, Videhas, beings at higher state, Prakritirayas, beings who are one with existence, take birth only due to the seeds of desires that are latent. What makes us unique is our engraved memories. Please understand, engraved memories, samskaras. Now I'll express few important truths. What I heard from my teachers And what I myself experienced from this, I'll express few truths. Only then you will be able to understand this sutra. Please understand. When an enlightened being comments on the sutras, not only he comments on the sutra, he reveals an important secrets of life. The first important secret, important thing we need to understand, whether we believe it or not, accept it or not, again and again and again, we are going through this birth and death cycle. Maybe a little difficult for a logical mind to understand, especially if you are born and brought up in a different tradition. First thing, we carry a blueprint about our life inside us. We may change bodies, but that blueprint continues to be carried by us. You continue to carry that blueprint. You continue to live with that blueprint. Whenever you get some strong experiences from the life, either pleasure or pain, you try to change, alter, redesign, work with that blueprint. But when that strong experience is forgotten, again, you are away from the blueprint, you start spending more time with the outer world. Very rarely, some strong joy or painful experiences reminds us we are responsible for everything. Those few strong experiences is what I call life teaching you. See, you don't accept a living master that easily. It's very difficult to sit in front of a person who is also a man with human body and flesh and listening to him. It's very difficult, especially a young man like me. It's a little more difficult. And I do have a big problem. Wherever I go, see, in our field, age is respected. And people come and tell me, my spiritual seeking is more than your age. I tell them what to do. Anyhow, it's very difficult to listen. I also understand. To a man who is sitting in front of you, how can he know about life more than me? Naturally, a logical mind will question. That is why the whole cosmos is, it has a system. The life itself will teach you. Life itself teaches you. I've seen many times, especially in this country, these NRI kids will be brought. These parents, they won't keep quiet. They will bring their kids. And when they come near me after the lecture, usually for darshan, they will force the kids, hey, bend and touch his feet. I'll tell them, it's okay, don't disturb them. And these guys also won't bend. There's a big problem. And the fight will go on in front of me only. It will be very embarrassing for me. Either they should have finished their fight there itself, and they should be very clear. You will not force me, and I will not touch. Or you should be very clear, no, I'm going to touch, you don't need to tell me. Something should have been convinced. Some understanding should have come. But they'll come here only and the fight will start. I'll feel very embarrassed. Sometimes, what to do? Because if I say it's okay, please move, then the parents feel, no, Swamiji did not bless my kid. And they think it's inauspicious. And there is nothing like inauspicious or auspicious. All respect is in the heart. Many times I have seen these kids who don't bend, they are more honest and straightforward. And if they feel whatever is truth I am saying, they will go and live it. If they don't feel, don't understand, they'll just leave it. But these guys, many times who bend, will not practice. They worship, will not follow. Sometimes people who follow may not worship. That is different. So it's two different things. I always prefer people who follow than people who worship. But the fight will go on in front of me. Sometimes these guys, there are one group which neither follows nor worships. Just because the parents force, they come here and they look this up and down. And they ask, you look almost like me only. What is there? I never tell anything. I just think in the mind, all right, fellow, get married. I have seen, in 1 year, that guy will get married. Second trip, when I come to the same city, that guy will be so polite, humble, and no parents need to tell. He will come and do complete Sashtanga Namaskar. Now I know what I can't teach, life has taught. Many times, 10 years of enlightened master's training is equal to 1 year of wife training. 1 year training by wife is enough. Sometimes life teaches. Strong experiences, whether joy or pain, which you go through, turns you inside and gives you the glimpse. You are responsible. The blueprint which you carry inside you is responsible for your life. People come and tell me sometimes, Swamiji, I had 7-8 relationships in my life, but everything was abusive. Please be very clear. Maybe you are carrying a blueprint of self-pity, self-sympathy. You feel by creating self-pity, you are enjoying your own attention or others' attention. Or you may be having a deep, lonely feeling. That is why you choose, oh, abusive relationship is much better than loneliness. Somewhere you compromise. If you look inside, you will understand the blueprint which you carry is responsible for everything. This is an important second secret. The first truth, first secret. Whether you understand or not, again and again, we go through lives and deaths. It's like a average man. In every night, he goes through 25 to 30 set of dreams. You'll have one set of dreams and fall asleep. Then you'll have one more set of dreams, fall asleep. You'll have one more set of dreams, fall asleep. 25 to 30 set of dreams. Usually you go through. If you go through the 25 to 30 set of dreams, in 3-4 hours, you will wake up. That is why you have disturbed sleep. If you go through the 30 set of dreams, some 6-7 hours, you will be able to sleep for 6-7 hours. Just like if you are, see, if the number of dream sets, the more it increases, you will be out of sleeping state. Same way, the number of births and deaths, just like a dream and deep sleep, only birth and death. Each set of dream is one birth. And the deep sleep is death period. Again, you go through one set of dreams, second birth, and deep sleep state, death. Again, one more set of dreams, third birth. You go into the death. So this number of births and deaths, if it becomes more, you want to wake up from this dream, this slumber, this sleep, unconscious slumber. Just like you want to wake up from the sleep state once you go through 30 dreams. The number of dreams is more by 25, 30. You will naturally feel enough. Let me wake up. Let me be out of this sleep. Same way, when you go through many number of births and deaths, suddenly you feel, oh God, I'm doing the same thing. I'm living the same life, almost same. Look into your life, almost same. I always tell this one parable, one story. I've seen in Indian villages, these kids will play with small toys, wooden toys. It's called Marapachi Bommai. Just this size toys. It will be almost same size, same shape. The kids will put white cloth and call mother. When white cloth means father, father. They'll put some red small sari, they'll call mother. They'll put a small skirt and they'll call sister. They'll put a kind of a trouser and call it brother. These kids will play. Same kind of toy, different dress they'll put. They'll call father, mother, brother, sister. They'll be sitting and playing. They themselves will enact the whole thing. They'll take that father toy and say, father is going to the office. They'll put the father toy in the car. They'll drive the car. On the way, they will make even horn sound. Pam, pam. They will take the toy to the office. They'll say, mother is cooking. They'll keep the mother toy. They'll create all the noise of cooking, like vegetable cutting, tuk, 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 tuk. They themselves will create sound. And they say that mother is cooking. They'll get that brother toy. Brother is going to school. They'll put the toy into the bicycle and they'll create the bicycle sound. Bicycle bell sound, tring, tring, tring. They'll take carry. And they'll take the sister toy. Sister is crying. They'll throw the toy and start crying. They'll play. If some toy is not coming in the way in which they want, if it is not handy, they'll throw the toy and say, oh, bad toy. You look a little deep. We are doing the same thing with our life. Just see, same thing with our life. You catch somebody as husband, somebody as wife, somebody as daughter, somebody as brother, somebody as sister. You catch everybody and you have your own script for them. As long as they enact your script as you want, the game goes well. When your script is not accepted by them, when it is not going well, then you say bad relationship and throw it away. The same drama again and again and again. Sometimes you can see in your life. You land in the body, catch someplace, this is my boundary, this is my relationships. By the time you are ready with all the ties, relationships, and the boundary, Yama is giving you notice, pack up. No time to pack up, no U-Haul service. And you just pack up and go. Again, take bus somewhere else. Again, by the time you are ready, pack up. Again and again and again. We live the same thing. That is the reason. You can see in your life, sometimes, see, layers and layers of your different birth memory will be there. Just like Earth has different layers. Your different birth memories are there in your unconsciousness, layer by layer. I am describing some of the truth as it is inside. Just whatever is the human consciousness, I am describing as it is. In your unconscious, just like a different layers of the earth, different layers of your birth memories will be there. First birth, second birth, third birth, fourth birth. That birth memories will be there. The plateaus of the earth, the layers of the earth, if they have little problem or if they are settling with each other, the earthquake is created. Same way, if these memories are crisscrossing each other, when they are trying to settle with each other unconsciously, something called mind quake happens in you. Let me describe that experience exactly. Then you'll understand what I mean by the word mind quake. Sometime you will go to a new place, new city. Some friend or relative would have invited, you will go. When you enter the house or the place, suddenly you will remember as if the whole place is known to you. You know thoroughly which room is there, where restroom is there, where kitchen is there, where the antiques are there, where what gifts the items are there. Suddenly in one flash, you know the whole thing. When you walk inside, you will see that exactly things are as you saw inside. Sometime in the parties, when you are dancing, suddenly one thought will come. In next 10 minutes, some person is going to come, particular person, or something is going to happen. In next 10 minutes, you will see exactly that happening. Exactly that happening. How many of you had this kind of experience at least once in your life? Raise your hand. Oh God. Please raise your hand fully. Just wanted to see. Others, please just look around. You see, if it happens in one person's life once, we can say coincidence. We can brush it aside. That's a poor word. We can brush it aside. If it is happening in so many persons' lives, so many times, how can this be called as coincidence? You can't brush it aside as coincidence. No. Those few moments that mind quake is happening means the different layers of your memory is crashing with each other. Many times I had that same kind of experiences. Sometimes when I see some person, I know for sure that I know him for quite a long time. But first time he will be seeing me. And he also has that same experience. He knows me for quite a long time. Please understand, when this kind of experiences are happening, as I told, you go to some place and suddenly you know the whole place. You know the whole house, which is kept, where the restroom is, where kitchen is, you know everything. It is not that you have visited the same house in your past birth. No. But the same frequency experience you had in the past birth. Same frequency means that what mental setup you have when you are in that place, that same mental setup, that same intensity you would have experienced in your past life sometime. So whenever the same intensity repeats, all the truth which is in front of you is revealed to you. Please understand. Whenever the same intensity repeats, all the truths which are in front of you are revealed to you. This is the key. This is the key. The subject is very strong. The truths Patanjali is trying to express today in the sutra is very strong. I wanted you to understand. Each sutra is independently intelligent to lead you to enlightenment. You don't need to read second sutra at all. Understand one sutra and internalize. You can live enlightenment. Patanjali has designed this whole book in such a way, each sutra is independently intelligent enough to create one religion. The Vedic tradition is a group of religions. Each sutra can create a master who will be a source of one religion. This one sutra, if you can understand, You are liberated from whatever the difficulties and complications you are carrying inside this moment. This moment, you can be liberated. So many important deep secrets Patanjali is offering in this one sutra. First thing, we again and again take birth. Second important thing, the blueprint which we carry inside us is responsible for our whole life. That is what I call engraved memories. Very loosely, we call karma. But I don't want to use that word because that word is loaded with too many meanings. Especially in the West also now that word has become popular. Everybody started using the word, let me make a little good karma. Let me make some good karma. Engraved memory, samskara is the right word I wanted to use. That is the reason for our uniqueness. If you understand, you are unique and look into your samskaras. Please understand, as long as you think you are same, all are equal, we will be continuously fighting with others. You will be continuously fighting with others. Naturally, you will ask, when you see any person, they are all equal. Why should you have this? Why not me? Why should you have this? Why not me? Why should I have this? Why not you? Either health or wealth or relationship, name and fame. In everything, you will start comparing and the fight will be going on. But if you understand, you are unique. Suddenly you start looking inside. You start looking your samskaras, your engrams. Person who thinks everybody is equal starts looking outward to make everything equal, which never happens. Which never happens. Even after death, it will never be equal. Maybe even after death, things will never be equal because the cremation is going to be in different places, different way. This country you have insurance also for that. Different casket, different way of cremation. And even I heard there are premium plats available. The mountain view plats where you can rest forever. Anyhow, even after death, things are not going to become equal. So you'll be constantly looking in the outer world and fighting. But if you understand we are unique, then you start looking inside. Why I am unique? Why I am the way in which I am? Why I am who I am? Why I am what I am? You start looking inside. Then naturally, the looking inside gives you the knowledge about the blueprint you are carrying. The blueprint
Any
you are
other
carrying, the knowledge about
support
the blueprint you are
Swamiji
carrying.
had. We'll
What I
actually be
call
sharing further with
ultimate
you all
knowledge. Please
how
understand.
this was, how without
Person
anything, without any
who has the
kind of
knowledge about the blueprint
a
which he is
particular,
carrying will never suffer.
all the Paramashivoham level 1 participants, Nithyanandam, if all the Paramashivoham level 1 participants are able to see us and hear us, please do let us know. Nithyanandam, to all the Paramashivoham level 1 participants. Yes. Today we all are learning a very, very, very important, powerful cognition, where we are learning about how being perfect, the perfectionism should never stop you from taking an action. Do not feel stuck. Stop feeling stuck. Actually, as I was listening to the session, I myself felt like I had so many clicks. And literally each time we listen to this particular session and the way how Swamiji explains this, you'll get so many solutions and you will be able to find out where in so many areas of your own life, you're stuck with this fact. How many of you found it helpful? Can I request all the participants to please come on camera? Satya Srinivas and Ramani Devi, Amanta Ramson, Dr. Vishwaja. I request all of you, please kindly come on camera. Ma Mihri Nithyanandam, Shunyu, Ma Sangeeta, Ma Jnana Prakashini. Can I request all of you, please kindly come on camera? We are just very, very, very short time away from darshan. Very soon, we are going to be experiencing Swamiji's darshan. Okay, I just wanted to explain once again to what Ma Gokila had asked. She said, I feel perfectionism is integrity. Yes, perfectionism is integrity, but meaning you want to be authentic, you want to be perfect. There's nothing wrong in wanting to be perfect. But do you see so many times in our life, I can very clearly see this. Many times in the name of, oh, I need to have this ready, that particular thing ready. Only then I can start my work. I really want to do this project in the most perfect way possible. I really know I have the capacity to do it. I want to get all these things organized first. I want to put my timeline first. I want to get people who can be a part of this project. I want to have the right kind of infrastructure ready. Then I will do it. Honestly, till date, every time I take that decision, I've always only seen that I postpone. How many of you are able to relate to this? Whenever you take such a decision. But the moment you decide, no, I don't want to give these resources as a reason. I don't want to say, first, let me have this ready, let me have that ready, and any of those as a reason. Let me just get started. I will do irrespective of what I have or not. Build the boat as you swim. Build the boat as you swim. This is the way how Swamiji works. How many of you are able to see how many of you are able to relate to this one thing? Many times, whenever you said, let me first get the resources, I'll give you an example. Like I wanted to start a video. I wanted to do a video. And I was thinking, okay, I really felt like I know I want to do it. I feel like I had the capacity to do that in the best way possible. I wanted to do it in a documentary style. Swamiji has already given the revelations for it. And then I was like, okay, I'll do it. And then I wanted to get the script ready for it. I want to have the visuals collected for it. Each time in my mind, I'll be like, this is the way how I want it. But I never started, even took an action for it. And that's when I realized like that when Swamiji was sitting, that's the first thing that came to my memory. Honestly, I've not done it till now. But other areas, wherever I did not cherish that pattern, immediately I'm able to do in that. Because if you see Swamiji's life, in nowhere, like Swamiji never gave any reason saying that I don't have resources, I don't have this, I don't have that. Therefore, I cannot do it. No, never. Gokilas said, what I mean is because of my innate quest for perfectionism and integrity to what I'm doing, I feel my work is getting slowed down. Yes, because of this, I started procrastinating and getting stuck. Absolutely. Yes, me too. I wait for resources. Absolutely. So we all are able to identify with this pattern, correct? Today, decide, Swamiji, I'm dropping this at your feet. Let me take a conscious decision. No matter what, I will not stop Paramashiva's Ananda Tandava in my life. No question of stopping my action, giving the reason for resources. I'm going to share with all of you a story about just a small aspect of how this can be very easily possible in your life. I request all the participants to quickly settle down. Sorry for the technical glitch. I hope now you're able to hear us. Yes. Okay, great. So I was saying, I'm going to now share with you a small story. How Swamiji made this whole Kailasa happen with this one very powerful, most powerful cognition. No question of feeling stuck. No question of feeling stuck. All the participants in Kailasa San Jose, Kailasa Toronto, I request all of you to please come and settle down in front of the camera. We are going to be entering into the darshan very soon. Kailasa Toronto, all the participants in Kailasa Toronto, can I please request all of you to settle down? And all the participants in Kailasa LA and Kailasa San Jose, please settle down. Yes, Kailasa Toronto, Aya, could you please post the names of the people that are there? Who are the people? Could you both post your names? And Toronto Temple, all the questions that you have, Nithyananda Bhaskaranaya, if you could just please post the names of the two people that are there, Aya, so we'll just be able to speak to them. And also any questions that you have through the program, please feel free to ask us. Please feel free to post, so we'll be able to see and answer your questions if you have any doubts, or even if you have any clicks that you would like to share, please feel free to share. Yes. So are we all ready for the darshan? All the participants here. Today, Swamiji is going to be initiating us. He is going to be giving us this most powerful, the most ultimate initiation. The initiation to be able to experience, the initiation to be able to see, experience the liberating principalic action, the Mukti Tattva, Ananda Tadava of Nataraja. We are all going to be experiencing and receiving this initiation today. I request all the participants, all the participants from Parameshwaram level 1, level 2, and level 3, all of you to settle down. Please settle down. Please come in front of the camera and be seated. Yes, I see still many of you are not in the camera. Can I please request all the participants to come in the camera, please? The darshan will be starting very, very soon. And I request all the participants to please settle down in the camera. Parameshwaram level 1 participants, Ma Adrian White, Ma Mikri, Ma Yi Janli, Ma Wong Jungji, and Ma Chuang, Sangeeta Ma Nithyananda, Pragnya, and Ma Sangeeta. If you had already completed 21 days of level 1, Ma, please join level 2. So you can learn the advanced portions of what Swamiji has revealed. And then once you complete level 2, join level 3. So if you have completed level 1 already, you can join level 2. So you will be able to experience more in-depth experiences of what Swamiji has revealed. And I also see someone called iPhone, and I also saw someone called Paramashiva named in the Zoom. Please do not put any other name, put your names. These are all security protocols. So please, can I request everyone to please rename yourself? I request you all to please rename yourselves. So now, we're going to share with all of you about how Swamiji started this whole mission. When Swamiji was 15 years old, Swamiji left from the house, his home, and wandered the length and breadth of modern day India with barefoot, having nothing else, carrying no possession with him, doing the Parivrajaka for 9 years, 9 long years. Biography, you would understand the way, autobiography of the Avatar, you will understand the way, the kind of miracles and like what Swamiji had performed and the groundwork for Kailasa, how Swamiji built Kailasa with his hard work. And in 2001, Swamiji started the first Adhinam. And you all can see here, this is where Swamiji started the very first Adhinam. Well, you can see here, Swamiji, this is the first Adhinam in Tiruchendur. And Swamiji himself personally laid the bricks of this place and built a small hut, a shelter, just a small hut, and started working on one by one, giving them healing and blessing them, causing so many miracles. Swamiji himself used to personally conduct rituals, homas, and tirelessly Swamiji used to work every day, healing all, giving healing, blessing them, giving the satsangs, and teaching them about Hinduism. So Swamiji himself used to sit and personally do this. And it was during this time, Swamiji used to be just in his 20s. And personally, on ground, Swamiji used to sit.
Pow pow.
Hey, Pow Pow.
We're very hungry, but we're all starved.
Pow Pow.
Smells good.
Thanks, Pow Pow. Pow Pow Pow. Food Panda.